Welcome back, brothers, to Warhammer. Tonight we're diving into a theory on what if Rogal Dorn was to return to the Imperium. Before we get to the madness, be sure to like and comment any videos or topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe for the Emperor. I want to thank you guys for the support. Y'all been killing it. Now, let's get into the video.
The first shell did not kill Sergeant Darren Holt, because 3 dead companies were lying on top of him. The ferrocrete revetment vanished in a slab of white fire. The blast drove through the trench with the force of a god's fist, hurling men against the firing step and grinding loose teeth into the backs of their throats. Holt felt the corpses rise around him. They lifted as one swollen mass, uniforms fused by dried blood, then came apart in a rain of cooked flesh and splintered bone. A severed hand struck his helmet and clung there. He tore it away by the wrist. "Sound off!" His voice disappeared beneath the thunder. The Calliston Line Regiment crouched in a trench that had ceased to resemble a fortification. The walls were glazed with heat. Human fat glistened in the cracks. Boots, helmets, and sections of ribcage protruded from the floor where the dead had been trampled into the mud. The bodies belonged to the 9th, 12th, and 27th Companies, although no man could have separated one formation from another now. Holt wiped blood from his eye lenses. It was not his. "Sound off, Throne, damn you!" Calder alive. Merrin alive. Pell alive. Half of Kursk alive. Kursk raised himself from beneath a collapsed firing platform. His left arm ended above the elbow. Blood pumped through the torn sleeve in weakening spurts. Holt crawled to him, seized the stump, and twisted a tourniquet above the ruin. Kursk screamed until another bombardment rolled across the horizon and swallowed the sound. Beyond the parapet, Calliston Secundus was dying by measured increments. Hundreds of basilisks fired from concealed pits behind the primary line. Their Earthshaker cannon discharged in rippling sequence, each weapon recoiling upon hydraulic braces as incandescent shells climbed into the soot-black sky. Manticores loosed storms of shrieking rockets. The missiles vanished into the cloud deck before descending upon the Iron Warriors' advance in pillars of flame. The artillery had been firing so long that the night glowed around the barrels. Some guns had warped from the heat. Others continued discharging after their crews had bled from the ears and collapsed beside the loading rails. Servitors dragged the corpses away and took their places. Pallid arms lifting shells while targeting liturgies rasped from grill-covered mouths. Rogal Dorn battle tanks stood hull down between the infantry bastions. Their heavy armor was scarred to bare metal, their flanks streaked with soot and blood. Oppressor cannon hammered the distant ridgelines, while pulverizer cannon reduced advancing slave formations to airborne meat. One tank bore the name Duty Unending across its glacis. Another had lost its turret and served as a bunker, its surviving heavy stubbers firing until the barrels softened. The Iron Warriors answered with mathematics. Their first bombardment struck the western void shield. The barrier flashed into visibility, a continent-spanning dome of blue-white force. Siege shells burst against it in ordered salvos, each impact arriving at precisely calculated intervals. The shield generators compensated. Power flowed from one node to another. The traitors observed the redistribution, adjusted their firing solutions, and struck again. The second salvo weakened the northern emitters. The third forced reserve generators online. The fourth arrived 7 heartbeats before the reserve grid completed synchronization. The shield collapsed. The sky became fire. Holt saw an infantry division disappear. There had been perhaps 90,000 men advancing across the ash plain, bayonets fixed, regimental standards held above the smoke. A kilometer-wide bombardment descended among them. The first impacts threw bodies into the air. The second wave met those bodies before they landed. Men became red vapor. Chimeras broke open like ration tins. Limbs, rifles, and steaming pieces of armor rained across the surrounding trenches. Something wet struck Holt's cheek. It was part of a face, no larger than his palm. "Enemy armor!" Calder shouted. Holt climbed onto the firing step. The horizon moved. Corrupted auxilia came first, millions of them advancing beneath black banners. Some wore fragments of Imperial uniforms. Others had been stripped naked and driven forward with explosive collars locked around their throats. Behind them marched broad ranks of renegade armor. Predators, Vindicators, and ancient Sikaran tanks crawled through the shell craters, their hulls striped in hazard markings, their weapons firing through the bodies of their own slaves. Dreadclaw assault craft fell from the clouds like burning talons. They struck behind the Imperial positions, gouging trenches through bunkers and troop concentrations. Their hulls opened before they stopped moving. Iron warriors emerged into the smoke, bolters firing, their armor the grey of old iron beneath grime and chains. Farther back came the demon engines. One crawled upon brass limbs, its furnace belly packed with screaming men. Another dragged itself across the plain with hooks driven into the earth, feeding the corpses of the slave infantry into a maw of rotating blades. The things did not roar like animals. They shrieked through vox horns, broadcasting machine cant and human agony across every Imperial frequency. 46 billion soldiers defended the Callistin system. They were divided across 11 inhabited worlds, hundreds of moons, orbital bastions, and void stations. They came from tithe fleets, penal levies, fortress regiments, shrine world militias, and depleted armies diverted from wars already being lost. They possessed tanks beyond counting and enough artillery to fracture continents. Watching the enemy advance, Holt understood that it would not be enough. A horn sounded in the smoke. The note was low enough to shake teeth in their sockets. A warhound titan emerged through the burning haze. It wore the colors of the Legio Mortis beneath layers of rust and flayed skin. Bodies hung from its armor on chains, striking the hull as it ran. Its plasma blast gun burned with the brightness of a captive sun. Its other arm ended in a rotary weapon whose barrels were crowded with skulls. A regiment broke before it. Thousands of men abandoned their weapons and fled toward Holt's position. Commissars fired into them until the press of bodies swallowed the officers. The Titan crossed the retreating formation without slowing. Its first step crushed a Lehman Russ and the infantry sheltering behind it. The second came down upon a mass of running men. Bodies burst beneath the colossal foot. Blood sprayed outward in sheets. Those nearest the impact were pulped instantly. Others were dragged beneath the Titan's toes, armor scraping over them until flesh, cloth, and bone became a greasy red trail. The warhound raised its plasma weapon. A shadow sword fired from somewhere behind Holt. The volcano cannon beam crossed the battlefield in absolute silence. For one impossible instant, the Titan stood transfixed upon a lance of white radiance. Then the sound arrived. The warhound's torso opened. Armor, reactor shielding, and corrupted flesh exploded from its back. The beam continued through the God engine and burned a molten scar across the horizon. The Titan staggered. Fire poured from its mouth grill. Its plasma blast gun discharged into the ground as it fell, obliterating its own escort and turning the fleeing regiment into shadows burned upon the ash. The warhound crashed sideways. The impact lifted Holt from the firing step. He landed among the dead. "Sergeant," Merrin called. "The command bunker is gone." Holt forced himself upright. "Which command bunker?" "All of them." A section of trench 50 meters away erupted from beneath. Ferrocrete blocks, men and weapon emplacements rose into the air as a tunneling engine breached the surface. The machine resembled a segmented iron worm, its drill head glowing orange from friction. Gun ports opened along its flanks. Iron Warrior's Havocs emerged behind it. Their first autocannon volley destroyed the nearest Vox mast. The second cut down the signal crew fleeing from its base. Heavy caliber shells punched through men and detonated inside those standing behind them. Torsos ruptured. Heads vanished. A guardsman ran 3 steps after losing everything above the hips, then folded into his own spilling organs. "Fire!" Holt shouted. Laser guns snapped along the trench. Red beams scorched the tunneling engine's armor. a missile struck its drill assembly and burst without penetrating. The Havocs ignored the infantry fire. They fired upon observation towers, auspex dishes, and range-finding stations, stripping the regiment of sight and communication. They were not attacking the line, they were blinding it. Holt saw the pattern an instant before the sky, screamed, "Down!" The range correction salvo landed. The trench folded inward. Aboard the phalanx, the deaths of armies appeared as flickering runes upon a hololithic sphere. Chapter Master Gregor Decian stood at the center of the strategium with his hands clasped behind his back. Callistin Secundus rotated before him in cold blue light. Red zones spread across its continents. Each represented penetrated defenses, compromised artillery grids, or formations no longer responding to command. The chamber was built for giants. Armored pillars climbed into darkness. Tactical stations formed concentric tiers around the central hololith, each occupied by serfs, servitors, and imperial fists linked to the Star Fortress through command thrones. Incense burned beneath the vaulted ceiling. The air tasted of sacred oils, hot circuitry, and distant gun smoke carried through the ventilation system. The phalanx trembled as its macro batteries fired. "Western shield network lost," reported Sergeant Vanner. "Enemy penetrations recorded at 13 primary sites. Reserve cohorts? Committed. Orbital support? Contested. 3 monitors destroyed. The cruiser, Valiant Testament, has lost motive power." Decian watched another rune vanish. The Iron Warriors were reducing Callistin according to a siege plan written before their fleet entered the system. Every Imperial countermeasure had exposed another reserve, another ammunition vault, another command relay. Every apparent weakness had become a fire trap. "Chapter Master." The voice came from the astropathic station. Decian turned. The station's attendants were dead. 3 lay across their consoles, blood leaking from their eyes and mouths. A 4th had clawed through his own face before collapsing. At the center of the station, an astropath remained upright in his throne. Restraint chains had drawn tight around his limbs. His blind eyes shone gold beneath their seals. "Signal intrusion," said the attending librarian. "Origin unknown. Block it." "We have attempted to do so." The astropath opened his mouth. Static emerged. It was not the soft hiss of damaged transmission. It sounded like weapons fire heard through a sealed bulkhead, a ceaseless metallic roar carrying fragments of voices, impacts, and something breathing with vast, wet lungs. Runes appeared across the strategium displays. Decian recognized their architecture before he understood their meaning. They belonged to the command ciphers of the 7th Legion, not the Imperial Fists chapter, not any successor brotherhood. The Legion, as it had existed before the Second Founding, when the Emperor's sons had commanded armies capable of conquering star systems. "Confirm encryption," he ordered. "We have confirmed it 7 times, the librarian said. "That cipher has been dead for 10 millennia. "Yes, Lord." The static deepened. Words emerged beneath it, flattened by distance and distortion. "Praetorian operational." Every Imperial fist in the strategium became still. Fortress compromised. The astropath convulsed. His spine arched until vertebrae cracked beneath his robes. Blood streamed from his nostrils. "Reinforcement overdue." The message ended. The astropath collapsed against his restraints. Smoke rose from his empty eye sockets. First, Captain Darnath Lysander strode into the chamber before Decian could issue another command. He wore Terminator armor the color of a fortress sun, its plates scarred by wars fought across centuries. The thunder hammer known as the Fist of Dawn hung at his side. His storm shield, Rampart, bore fresh burns from the fighting beyond the system. "You heard it," Decian said. "The entire fortress heard it. It may be deception. It uses our father's cipher. An enemy may possess stolen codes. Then we will kill him and recover them." Decian faced the hololith as Auspex returns gathered around the signal's origin. The object drifted at the edge of the system, half concealed within the warp turbulence bleeding from the great rift. At first, it resembled a debris field. Magnification exposed fused warship hulls, black iron towers, and masses of glistening tissue stretched between wrecks like connective muscle. Some vessels were imperial. Others had belonged to species extinct before the Great Crusade. They had grown together. Prow sections protruded from ribbed flesh. Gun decks opened and closed like mouths. Vast arteries pulsed through fractured armor, carrying dark fluid between ships separated by kilometers of void. Warp lightning crawled over the mass and vanished into wounds that opened across its surface. "A carrion conglomeration," said the librarian. Multiple vessels translated into the same immaterial coordinates and fused over an extended period. "How extended?" Lysander asked. "Time has no reliable meaning within the phenomenon." A gene seer approached, escorted by 2 apothecaries. The old serf shook beneath layers of augmetic apparatus. Blood filled the receptacles connected to his nostrils. "The transmission contains biological resonance," he said, "encoded within the psychic carrier." Decian looked at him. "Clarify." "Genetic authority. The signal is not merely protected by a Legion cipher. It is imprinted with gene matter." "Whose?" The gene seer hesitated. Lysander took 1 step toward him. The deck groaned beneath the weight of his armor. "Speak." "Primarch grade." Silence entered the chamber like another presence. Decian looked again at the wreck. A transponder code flickered beneath layers of corrupted signals. The cogitators isolated it, lost it, then found it again. The designation appeared above the hololith. Sword of Sacrilege. "No," Decian said. "It was not denial. It was an order addressed to reality." Lysander's voice remained level. "I will lead the boarding force. You will wait until identity is established. The enemy will not." As though summoned by the words, new contacts appeared around the wreck. Iron Warriors' vessels emerged from silent running, their hulls hidden beneath ash-grey field bafflers. Boarding craft detached from them immediately. Decian watched Dreadclaws descend upon the drifting abomination. Lysander lifted the Fist of Dawn. "Identity will be established inside." Jorvan Cade waited within the teleportarium while the world became yellow light. He wore tactical dreadnought armor marked by 2 centuries of service. Oaths of moment hung from his breastplate. A chain fist encased his right gauntlet, its cutting teeth locked and silent. His stormbolter rested against his vambrace, loaded with mass-reactive shells, blessed by the fortress armorers. Lysander stood at the center of the formation. "Lock shields upon translation," the first captain ordered. "No warrior advances alone. No voice outside this squad is to be trusted. Confirm all commands through armor cipher." Acknowledgement runes flashed across Cade's visor. Teleportation seized him. There was no sensation of movement. There was only the annihilation of one place and the violent imposition of another. Cade materialized knee-deep in blood. Gravity reversed. He struck the ceiling hard enough to crack the metal. 2 Terminators landed beside him. Another fell upward into a nest of cables that tightened around his armor like constricting serpents. "Cut him free," Lysander commanded. Cade rose as his maglocks engaged. His helm lenses adjusted to darkness. The corridor had teeth. They grew from the bulkheads in uneven rows, some human, others too large to belong to any mortal species. Ancient doors had become gums of swollen iron. The deck pulsed beneath a membrane of transparent flesh. Shapes moved within it. Cade aimed his stormbolter. The nearest shape wore yellow armor. He cut through the membrane with his chain fist. Blood flooded around his boots. The corpse inside had once been an imperial fist. The warrior's plate carried Legion markings from before the heresy, yet the body was not dust. His face remained preserved in an expression of rigid agony, eyes open, mouth packed with black wire. "There are more," Brother Halbrecht said. They lined the passage. Imperial fists from different ages lay entombed within the walls. legionaries in ancient plate, chapter warriors bearing campaign honors, Cade recognized from wars separated by millennia, Primaris battle brothers whose armor showed the scars of recent crusades. The wreck had collected them across time. A Vox signal clicked within Cade's helm. 3 pulses. A pause. 3 more. Not Imperial. Lysander heard it. Contact approaching. Shield wall. The Terminators formed around their captain. Far across the fused wreck, Warsmith Croven Malk entered through a wound in the hull. His armor was black iron edged in brass, its surfaces crowded with targeting lenses and cables that penetrated his flesh. Servo arms unfolded above his shoulders. One carried a graviton crusher. Another bore an array of surgical blades. The stone-grey warriors behind him advanced without prayer or battle cry. "Signal fixed," reported his lieutenant. "Alive," Malk said. "What waits at the source?" Malk turned his helm toward the warrior. On Medrengard, the order had been delivered by a machine that spoke with their gene father's voice. 10,000 years of preparation had trembled beneath every syllable. The completion of an unfinished calculation. The lieutenant persisted. "Whose?" Malk's servo arm seized him by the gorget. "Names possess power in this place. You will not provide ours to it." He released the warrior. Ahead, the corridor opened by itself. Malk heard a chainsword revving somewhere deep within the wreck, not the hungry snarl of an Astartes blade. This sound was older. He raised his weapon. "Iron within, iron without," answered his warriors. They advanced toward the center. Cade's helm display marked movement 1 heartbeat before the wall split open. Possessed legionaries came through the metal. Their armor had fused with bone. Horns pierced shoulder plates from within. One warrior's torso opened vertically, revealing a nest of snapping jaws where organs should have been. Another ran upon hands formed from rusted blades. The Imperial fists fired as one. Storm bolters filled the corridor with detonations. Mass reactive shells penetrated corrupted plate before exploding inside. A possessed warrior's chest burst outward, spraying ribs, cables, and diseased organs across the ceiling. Another lost his head and continued forward, clawing at a Terminator's shield until Cade's chain fist entered his abdomen. The teeth engaged. Ceramite screamed. Cade ripped upward. The possessed legionary divided from groin to throat, both halves remaining connected by loops of intestine that wound around Cade's greaves. He stamped through them and fired into the next attacker's face. Brother Halbrecht disappeared beneath 3 enemies. His storm shield broke. A claw punched through his breastplate and emerged from his back, clutching one of his hearts. Halbrecht caught the arm, held the attacker in place, and triggered his teleport Homer. The resulting flare fused all 4 bodies into the wall. "Advance," Lysander ordered. They fought through corridors that changed behind them. Doors sealed, walls folded. Gravity dragged them sideways, then released them above pits lined with teeth. Every route except one became impassable. Cade saw the design. The wreck was not resisting them. It was herding them. "Captain," he said, "we are being directed." "I know." Toward the signal? Toward something. They reached a gate formed from 2 fused battleship prows. Lysander struck it with the fist of dawn. The first blow split armor. The second shattered the locking mass beyond it. The third opened the way. A cathedral-sized engine chamber waited beyond. Hundreds of iron warriors lay dead across its floor. Some had been decapitated with cuts so clean their heads still stared from beside their bodies. Others had been opened from collar to pelvis, their organs spread across the deck in steaming heaps. One had been hammered into a bulkhead until his armor resembled foil wrapped around broken meat. At the center of the chamber, a demon engine screamed. A colossal warrior held it by the throat with one hand. His other arm ended in a blackened stump. Battered golden armor covered his body. It was gouged, scorched, and stained by blood that had dried centuries apart. In his remaining hand, he carried an enormous chain blade. He drove it through the demon engine's mouth. The weapon roared, Rotating teeth tore through iron jaws, cables, and the pulsing mass behind them. Black blood sprayed across the chamber. Fragments of metal rang against the deck. The engine convulsed, then collapsed around the blade. The warrior turned. His face was scarred by wars no archive remembered. His eyes held no triumph, no wonder, and no relief. Lysander looked upon the auric armor. He looked upon Storm's teeth. The first captain of the Imperial Fists fell to one knee. Cade followed. Rogal Dorn regarded his sons as the wreck screamed around them. "Stand," he said. "Kneeling wastes time. We have a fortress to destroy." Rogal Dorn did not acknowledge the kneeling warriors a second time. His gaze moved across the engine chamber, measuring distances, angles, and stresses. The ruined demon engine still convulsed around the buried teeth of Storm's teeth. Black ichor ran from its split jaws and smoked where it touched the deck. Beyond it, dead iron warriors lay in disciplined lines that revealed how they had advanced and where they had failed. The chamber groaned. Dorn looked upward. 3 structural anchors remain, he said. The 4th has already failed. The chamber will rotate when the dorsal spine separates. Jorvan Cade rose with the others. His armor's auspex insisted there were no dorsal structures, no stable deck, and no consistent direction of gravity. Dorn had required only a few seconds to read what the wreck's machine spirit could not. Lysander stood. "What are your orders, Lord?" Dorn pulled the chain blade free. The demon engine's head came apart around it, jaw plates tumbling across the floor among ropes of burning flesh. Shield crescent, Huskarl pattern, first rank interlocked, second rank offset by half a warrior's width, storm bolters elevated, chain fists inward. The Terminators moved. Dorn watched them form. Too wide. Brother Orsian shifted closer to the warrior beside him. Still too wide. Their shields locked. Dorn's expression did not change. "You are wearing tactical dreadnought plate, not carrying parade banners. Close the interval." The Terminators compressed their formation until their shoulder guards almost touched. Cade knew the arrangement from the most ancient tactical archives, a close assault pattern used by the Huskarls of the Old Legion when advancing through fortress breaches too narrow for conventional lines. No living Imperial fist had ever been commanded into it by the warrior who had devised it. Something struck the sealed blast doors. The impact bent both leaves inward. A second blow tore bolts from the surrounding frame. Teeth emerged along the metal as the wreck reacted to the violence, growing in pale clusters through the seams. Dorn pointed with Storm's teeth. Power conduits beneath the western transept. Concealed passage behind the third Iron Warrior corpse from the arch. Secondary exit beneath the engine dais. The wreck intends to close all 3 when the doors fail. Cade followed the Primarch's indication. His auspex returned only static. Dorn was already moving. His armor had once been gold. Time, battle, and the warp had reduced much of the auric armor to scarred plates the color of old blood beneath ash. Gouges crossed its breastplate. Some had been cut by blades. Others resembled claw marks made by things too large to exist in material space. Repairs overlapped repairs, each fashioned from different alloys and made in different centuries. His left arm ended above the wrist. Blackened chains encircled the stump, fused into flesh that had cauterized long ago. The metal links carried script, burned almost smooth by heat and corrosion. No decorative shroud concealed the loss. No false hand had been fitted in its place. His remaining fist closed around the grip of Storm's teeth. The blast doors ruptured. Warp-born things poured through the opening. They had once possessed human forms. Some still wore the remnants of crew uniforms or cultist armor, but their bodies had been rebuilt by hunger. One crawled on 6 arms, while its legs dragged behind it, fused into a swollen tail. Another had a mouth running from throat to groin, its ribs forming teeth around a cavity filled with gnashing skulls. "Fire," Dorn said. The shield crescent discharged. Storm bolters hammered the breach. Mass reactive rounds tore through warp flesh and detonated within. Bodies came apart in flashes of blood and bone. A creature with antlers of fused fingers lost half its torso, yet continued forward until Cade's next burst destroyed the knot of organs beneath its sternum. More pressed behind them. Dorn did not join the firing line. He crossed to the western transept and struck the floor with his heel. The deck split. Beneath it ran 3 glowing conduits wrapped in twitching muscle. "Those power the doors and control the local gravity," he said. "Sever the outer pair. Leave the central line intact." Brother Halgar lowered his chain fist. "Why preserve it?" "Because I ordered it." Halgar plunged the weapon into the first conduit. The chain teeth chewed through black metal, translucent flesh and cables that screamed in human voices. Light flickered across the chamber. Gravity twisted sideways. The demon bodies slid toward the eastern wall. The Terminators did not. Their maglocks held them to the deck. Dorn had anticipated the change. The second conduit parted. The warped blast doors slammed shut upon the creatures still forcing their way through. Limbs, skulls, and torsos were trapped between the closing leaves. Pressure built. Bodies burst. Blood sprayed across the threshold in a red sheet. "Move," Dorn said. Cade followed him toward the concealed passage. The Primarch did not ask how long they had searched for him. He did not ask what had become of Terra, the Emperor, or the Imperium. He did not ask why his sons wore unfamiliar marks upon familiar heraldry. He behaved as though 10,000 years were a delay in reinforcement. Dorn remembered no such span. There had been the bridge of the Sword of Sacrilege. There had been traitors in every corridor, their weapons roaring beneath alarm lights. There had been pain, then darkness, then awakening inside a chamber without doors. He remembered fighting for years. He remembered days in which his wounds closed between one breath and the next. He remembered pursuing armored enemies through corridors that opened onto dead worlds. He remembered killing warriors whose armor bore symbols unknown to the Great Crusade, then finding their corpses aged into dust before they struck the floor. There had been centuries contained inside single heartbeats. There had been battles fought against enemies born millennia after his disappearance. He had seen Imperial heraldry changed, corrupted or forgotten. He had heard prayers invoking his own name, spoken by dying men who believed him a demigod. The warp had shown him fragments. It had not provided truth. Truth required structure, evidence and consequence. Until those existed, questions were luxuries. The concealed passage opened before them as dawn approached. Iron ribs drew back from a throat of pulsing metal. The Terminators entered in formation. Cade took the second rank. The passage descended, although gravity pulled them toward the left wall. Dead Imperial fists remained fused into the surfaces. Some turned their heads as dawn passed. Their eyes opened behind cracked lenses. Fingers scraped against the iron that held them. Cade heard one speak his name. He did not look at it. Dorn did. The entombed warrior wore the armor of the old Legion, its yellow plates blackened by fire. Half his face had become part of the bulkhead. The remaining eye stared at the Primarch. "Father," the corpse whispered. Dorn stopped. Cade felt the formation hesitate. Dorn drove Storm's teeth through the dead warrior's skull and into the wall behind it. The blade's teeth ripped apart bone, helm, and whatever intelligence had animated the remains. "That was not my son," he said. He withdrew the weapon. They continued. Gunfire sounded ahead. It came in measured bursts, disciplined and controlled. Iron warriors. The first legionary emerged from a side passage at a run, bolt gun held low. Hazard stripes crossed one shoulder guard. His helm lenses fixed upon Dorn. He fired. Dorn moved into the shots. The first bolt struck his breastplate and burst against the auric armor. The second detonated over his ribs. The third passed close enough to tear a strip of skin from his cheek. Dorn caught the Iron Warrior by the throat. His fingers closed around the gorget. Ceramite cracked. The traitor's bolt gun fell from numb hands as Dorn crushed armor, trachea, and spine together. Blood flooded from beneath the helmet seal. The Iron Warrior kicked once, then hung motionless in the Primarch's grasp. An autocannon opened fire from the passage beyond. Dorn raised the corpse. Heavy shells struck the dead legionary. Armor plates exploded inward. Each impact drove through ceramite, flesh, and reinforced bone before bursting inside. The corpse jerked in Dorn's grip as its torso disintegrated. He advanced behind it. By the time the body ceased to provide cover, there was little left above the waist except a spine wrapped in shredded armor. Dorn hurled the remains into the weapon team. The Iron Warriors staggered beneath the impact. Storm's teeth descended. The chain blade entered the first warrior at the collar and tore through his torso. Dorn did not pull it free. He drove forward, carrying the dying legionary into the two traitors behind him. The blade passed through all three. Armor broke, ribs shattered, organs atomized beneath the rotating teeth. Backpack reactors ruptured in sequence. The passage filled with burning mist. Fragments of plate and cooked flesh struck Cade's visor. One Iron Warrior's head spun across the ceiling, trailing spinal cables before gravity dragged it into a wall of teeth. Dorn stepped through the smoke. No cry of victory left him. No battle oath. He killed as a siege gun fired, because the target existed and destruction was required. More Iron Warriors appeared along an overhead gallery. Lysander moved in front of Dorn. Rampart rose as autocannon shells and bolts struck the storm shield. The energy field flared. Impacts drove the first captain backward across the deck. "Hold behind me, Lord," Lysander said. Dorn seized his shoulder guard and pulled him aside. A shell struck the wall where the Primarch had stood. "You have exposed the formation's right flank." Lysander turned, shield raised. "I sought to preserve you. You abandoned 7 warriors to protect 1. You are the Primarch. I am part of the formation." The gallery's gunners adjusted their weapons. Dorn pointed toward Cade and Brother Orsian. "Crossfire, elevated angle, fire through the supporting struts." Cade obeyed. Stormbolter rounds chewed through the gallery's lower braces. Orsian's fire struck from the opposite direction. The iron platform twisted and collapsed, throwing the Havocs into the passage. The Terminators crushed them beneath power fists and chain fists. Dorn faced Lysander. "An officer who breaks formation to protect 1 warrior at the expense of the whole is unfit to command. Do not repeat the error." Lysander lowered his head. "Understood." There was no protest in his voice. Cade saw the shame anyway. It lay in the stillness of the first captain's posture and the way his gauntlet tightened around the haft of the Fist of Dawn. Lysander had crossed the void prepared to die for his gene father. Dorn had judged the instinct not noble, but incompetent. The Rex Vox system came alive. Laughter rolled through the walls. "Still instructing them, failed wall?" The voice was deep, metallic, and burdened by augmentation. It emerged from every grille, severed helm, and open mouth embedded in the passage. Warsmith Croven Malk. Dorn continued walking. Malk's laughter followed him. "Do you remember this vessel? Do you remember the moment your hand was taken? The rage, the shame, the darkness closing while your sons searched for a corpse?" Dorn did not answer. "The sword of sacrilege became your tomb before we found it. A wound in time, drifting through the immaterium. Others made the cage. We perfected it." The walls shifted. For an instant, Cade saw another corridor overlaid upon the first. Dorn stood alone within it, armor intact, both hands gripping his blade. Then the vision flickered. He was wounded, then skeletal, then young again. Thousands of versions of the same warrior marched across one another before reality sealed shut. "Our father discovered you," Malk said. "He strengthened the oubliette. He fed it centuries. He watched you fight phantoms and memories. He measured each failure, each wound, each moment you believed yourself free." Dorn stopped beneath an arch of fused bones. The others halted with him. 10,000 years, Malk continued. Perturabo waited to learn whether the Great Wall would crack. Dorn looked at the nearest Vox grill. Your father still confuses endurance with imprisonment. The passage shook. Malk's voice lost its amusement. Then endure this. The walls opened. The demon prince crawled from inside them. It had been built from imperial fists. Dozens of armored torsos formed its central mass. Yellow breastplates, ancient and modern, had fused around a swollen core of muscle. Arms emerged in clusters, some still encased in gauntlets, others stripped to bone. Broken power swords filled several fists. Other limbs wielded spinal columns, hardened into black clubs, skulls still attached at their ends. Faces covered the creature. Some were dead, some screamed, others whispered names. Arkadus, Belisar, Cordael, Sigvard, Thane. The demon spoke with the stolen mouths of warriors drawn from different ages. Each name belonged to a son of the 7th Legion. Cade's helm identified fragments of heraldry embedded across its body. He knew some of them. Dorn raised Storm's teeth. The demon charged. Its first blow struck Brother Orcian's shield and shattered the field generator. The second came from below. A cluster of hands seized the Terminator by the legs and tore upward. Orcian separated at the waist. His upper body struck the ceiling. His lower half remained standing for a heartbeat before collapsing, intestines spilling across the deck. Brother Halgar drove his chain fist into the daemon's flank. The creature caught him. 3 arms pinned his shoulders, while another thrust into the broken seam beneath his helmet. Armored fingers entered his mouth and tore away his lower jaw. The demon lifted him, still alive, and swung Orcian's severed torso like a club. The corpse struck Halgar's helm. Once, twice. The third impact caved in the faceplate. Blood and brain tissue sprayed through the grill. The demon continued beating him until both warriors had become mangled masses of armor and meat. "Withdraw 3 paces," Dorn ordered. The Terminators obeyed. Dorn remained forward. The demon came for him, its stolen mouths chanting the names of the dead. Power swords slashed. Bone clubs hammered sparks from his armor. One blade cut into his shoulder. Another opened his thigh. He gave ground. Cade saw the pattern. The Primarch was drawing it toward the wall. A damaged plasma conduit ran behind a membrane of flesh there, its casing fractured by the wreck's convulsions. Blue-white light pulsed through the split. The demon raised 6 weapons. Dorn stepped inside their arcs. Storm's teeth cut low. The blade severed the creature's foremost limbs. It collapsed, its weight dragging it across the deck. Dorn hacked again, taking the arm supporting its right side. The demon fell against the wall. He seized one of its exposed skulls and drove the entire mass into the damaged conduit. The casing ruptured. Plasma erupted. White fire filled the passage. The demon prince convulsed as the star-hot flow entered its body. Armor melted. Stolen flesh carbonized. The faces covering its torso swelled from within. They burst one after another. Eyes, teeth, and boiling brain matter sprayed across the corridor. Yellow plates ran like wax. The creature's screams merged into a single blast of psychic agony, then ended as its core became incandescent ash. Dorn turned away before it finished dying. The wreck lurched. Every surface folded. The passage stretched into impossible distance, then contracted until the Terminators were crushed shoulder to shoulder. Vox contact vanished. The runes identifying the phalanx went dark. Cade felt the teleport lock fail. "Captain," he said, "no extraction signal." "I see it," Lysander answered. Behind them, the corridor disappeared into blackness. Ahead, iron doors opened upon ranks of iron warriors. Dorn studied the shifting walls. "The wreck is collapsing into the warp." "How long?" Lysander asked. "Less than 9 minutes by local sequence, possibly less outside it." "Route?" Dorn pointed through the traitor formation. "The only stable teleportarium lies beyond them." Cade counted the enemy returns until his auspex gave up. "Probability of breakthrough?" he asked. Dorn looked upon the surviving Terminators. 4 of you will likely die before we reach the chamber." No warrior spoke. Dorn raised his blade. "Close formation. Advance." The two forces collided. Storm shields met power mauls. Bolter fire detonated at arm's length. A shell entered Brother Taran's visor and burst inside his skull, blowing blood and fragments of brain through the rear seals. His body remained upright until an Iron Warrior's power fist punched through his chest and tore out both hearts in a knot of ruptured tissue. Cade drove his chain fist into a traitor's abdomen. The teeth caught, dragged, and opened the legionary from hip to sternum. Hot organs wrapped around Cade's forearm. He tore free and fired his storm bolter into another warrior's mouth grill. The bolt exploded inside the helmet. The Iron Warrior's head expanded, then came apart in a red cloud. Lysander's hammer crushed breastplates and sent broken bodies into the walls. Ramparts split beneath repeated blows, its field sputtering as a chain axe chewed through the shield's edge. Dorn moved ahead of them. Malk's lieutenant charged in Artificer plate, a thunderhammer held in both hands. He swung for the Primarch's wounded shoulder. Dorn caught the haft beneath his arm. He pulled the lieutenant forward and struck him across the face with his stump. The impact shattered one lens. Before the traitor could recover, Dorn kicked his knee backward, forcing him down. Then the Primarch stamped on his head. Once, the helmet deformed. Twice, the gorget collapsed and the faceplate sank into the skull. A third blow flattened armor, spine and head into the deck. Blood spread from beneath Dorn's boot in a widening circle thick with teeth and grey matter. Malk stood beyond the melee. He saw Dorn. For a moment, the warsmith's servo arms unfolded and his weapon rose. Then he calculated. "Withdraw," Malk ordered. His warriors obeyed without hesitation. Blast doors sealed between them. The warsmith vanished deeper into the wreck, preserving his strength for the design his gene father had prepared. Dorn did not pursue. "The teleportarium," he said. They reached it with 3 Terminators dead and 2 more wounded. The chamber's machinery hung upside down within a sphere of rotating debris. Lightning crawled between cracked pylons. The extraction beacon flickered in and out of existence. Cade examined the controls. "The lock is unstable." "It is sufficient," Dorn said. Lysander moved toward the field. "After you, Lord." "No." The wreck screamed around them. "First rank through," Dorn ordered. "Wounded next. Command last." The surviving Imperial fists entered the extraction field one by one. Each vanished in a burst of yellow light. Cade remained until Lysander commanded him forward. He looked back. Dorn stood alone at the edge of the chamber, one-handed, bleeding, his armor burning in places where plasma had struck it. The warp opened behind him like a mouth. Cade entered the light. He materialized aboard the phalanx and fell to one knee upon the teleportarium deck. Alarms were already sounding. Lysander appeared beside him. Then Dorn emerged. The instant his boots struck the deck, the Star Fortress awakened. Thousands of warning klaxons howled through its halls. Ancient doors sealed and reopened. Reactor output surged. Weapon systems dormant for millennia rotated within forgotten batteries. Command runes filled every display with symbols no living serf understood. The phalanx had recognized its master. Far below, within the deepest reliquary, the preserved hand of Dorn hung inside its stasis casket. The severed fingers closed. The hand struck the transparent wall. Once, again, again. The phalanx had remembered him before its crew understood what it had welcomed home. Ancient cogitators awakened in sealed vaults. Armory locks disengaged beneath decks whose existence had passed from living memory. Forgotten gun batteries rotated within the fortress's moon-sized hull, their mechanisms grinding through dust accumulated over 10,000 years. Command pathways long severed from the active noosphere opened in answer to genetic authority no chapter master had possessed since the second founding. Rogal Dorn walked through the alarms without asking what they meant. Apothecaries followed him from the teleportarium, protesting that his wounds required immediate treatment. Blood ran from the ruptures in the auric armor and struck the deck in heavy drops. Plasma burns had fused sections of plate to the meat beneath. His left arm ended in its chain-bound stump. His remaining hand still held Storm's teeth, the weapon's teeth clotted with demon filth and fragments of Iron Warrior's armor. Dorn ignored the apothecaries. His eyes remained upon the corridor. It had once been a primary military artery, wide enough for 3 squads of legionaries to advance abreast. Dorn remembered armorers pushing ammunition carts along its central rail, while tactical cohorts moved in ordered lanes at either side. Every alcove had contained emergency weapon racks. Every bulkhead had been marked by deck, zone, and defense designation. Now shrines occupied the walls. Gilded cages held finger bones, teeth and strips of desiccated flesh, said to belong to heroes whose names Dorn did not know. Parchment covered the bulkheads in overlapping layers, each sheet stamped with wax and crowded with prayers. Incense braziers stood within the passage, filling the air with smoke and forcing mortal crewmen to walk around them. Chains hung from the ceiling, supporting shields, skulls, and preserved banners that brushed against the helms of passing space marines. Hundreds of serfs knelt along the deck. Some wept. Others pressed their foreheads against the metal and whispered his name, as though afraid that speaking too loudly might drive him away. A bent old bondsman crawled forward, holding a reliquary to his chest. Within it lay a fragment of yellow ceramite, no larger than a thumbnail. Dorn stopped. The old man trembled so violently that the reliquary rattled in his hands. "Lord Praetorian," he breathed. "This fragment was born from the armor of Brother Captain Damar, who gave his life in the defense of—" "Why is it here?" The serf swallowed. "It is sacred. It occupies a combat passage." The old man stared upward, confusion overcoming terror. Dorn looked past him to Chapter Master Decian. "Remove every obstruction from this deck." Decian's armor had been cleaned of the blood brought back from the wreck, but damage still scarred the yellow plate. "Some of these relics have remained here for thousands of years. Then they have obstructed this passage for thousands of years." Dorn pointed toward a shrine built around an ancient storm shield. Candles burned beneath it. The lower edge extended far enough into the corridor to prevent a land raider's passage. "That structure narrows the avenue by 1 meter and 4/5. Remove it." "The shield belonged to a chapter master killed during the War of the Beast." "Then place it in an archive where memory does not interfere with defense." Decian inclined his head. Dorn continued walking. He saw the same decay everywhere. Munition alcoves had become chapels. Emergency blast doors were draped in devotional cloth that would foul their mechanisms when activated. Pilgrims had scratched prayers into the deck markers until several were unreadable. A ventilation junction bore the preserved skeleton of an imperial fist suspended by silver chains, its bones clad in fragments of ancient armor. Dorn examined the structure for less than a heartbeat. The chains crossed 2 maintenance panels. A serf priest dropped to his knees. "Lord, those are the remains of St. Galdrin the Unbroken. Was he a competent warrior? He slew the demon king of—" "Then he would not wish his corpse to compromise the fortress." The priest's mouth remained open. "Remove him." Dorn reached the lift chamber before the first braziers had been extinguished behind him. Serfs carried them away under the watch of imperial fists, while others began cutting the shrine from the bulkhead. The sounds of saws and breaking masonry followed the Primarch into the descending lift. Lysander stood at his right. Decian stood at his left. Neither spoke until the doors closed. "The crew worships you," Decian said. "They do not know me. They know what you represent. That is not knowledge." The lift plunged through the fortress. Dorn studied the tactical data scrolling across the interior wall. Enemy vessels remained around Calistin. Several Imperial defense zones had gone silent during his absence. The fortress itself was turning toward the drifting wreck as the abomination collapsed into the warp. "How long since the signal was detected?" 43 minutes by local reckoning, Decian answered. How long since I vanished? Decian hesitated. 10,000 years. Dorn looked at him. The lift continued downward. Approximately, Decian added. Dorn returned his gaze to the tactical display. Then precision has not improved. The doors opened upon the primary apothecarian. Mechanicus gene savants had assembled around a diagnostic throne, built for an Astartes. 3 apothecaries waited beside them. Their narthesia were prepared, blades and injectors gleaming beneath surgical lumens. 2 custodians stood at the rear of the chamber in burnished auramite, guardian spears held upright. They had been attached to the phalanx as observers and advisors during the wider war, although neither wore the demeanor of a man accustomed to observing anything without judgment. The senior custodian stepped forward. Rogal Dorn. It was neither greeting nor question. Dorn regarded him. Your name? Shield Captain Acastian Reel. Your purpose? To determine whether the being standing before me is truly the 7th son of the Emperor. You have determined it. I have not. Dorn crossed the chamber and placed Storm's teeth upon an adamantium surgical table. The table sagged beneath the weapon's mass. Then begin. They cut the auric armor from him. The work took more than an hour. Armor plates that had endured void war, demon claws and the pressure of impossible worlds resisted every saw brought against them. Several sections had fused to Dorn's flesh. He refused anesthetic, while apothecaries peeled ceramite from burned muscle, exposing wounds already closing around fragments of metal. Samples were taken from blood, marrow, and tissue. Gene savants recited Binharic cant as they compared the results with sealed records beneath the authority of the Adeptus Custodes. The phalanx itself responded to every test. Command thrones accepted Dorn's palm. Legion ciphers unfolded before his voice. Ancient vaults opened when his blood was placed upon their locks. The final confirmation came from the reliquary. The hand of Dorn had ceased striking its stasis casket, but its fingers remained clenched. Dorn entered the chamber wearing a plain black body glove beneath the remnants of his armor. Fresh bandages crossed his chest and shoulder. No expression touched his face when the reliquary doors opened. The preserved hand hung within a column of pale light. Age had stripped it of flesh. Bone and blackened tendons remained beneath fragments of armor and a few links of corroded chain. It had been severed at the wrist, the break rough enough to show the violence of the blow. Decian stood beside him. It was recovered from the Sword of Sacrilege after your disappearance, the chapter master said. For 10 millennia, it has been held as our holiest relic. Dorn studied the bones. A memory returned without sequence. A blade, a corridor filled with smoke, traitors pressing from both sides, his hand falling away, while Storm's teeth remained in the grip of fingers no longer connected to his body. Then centuries of darkness. Dorn raised his stump. The chains around it tightened as the muscles moved. Decian watched him. It may be returned to you. The apothecaries believe portions of the bone remain viable. The Mechanicus has proposed, no. Dorn lowered his arm. It completed its duty. Leave it where my sons can remember the price of failure. The preserved fingers relaxed inside the field. Shield Captain Reel looked from the hand to Dorn. The genetic seals agree, the custodian said. The armor agrees. The fortress agrees. The relic agrees. Dorn turned away. You have reached the conclusion I provided when we met. The War Council assembled within the Strategium. Decian presented the commanders without ceremony. Lysander stood nearest the central hololith. The surviving company captains formed a half-circle behind him. High Marshal Helbrecht wore black armor crowded with scripture and relic chains, his cloak hanging over one shoulder. Chaplain Grimaldus stood beside him, skull helm fixed beneath his arm, the rosarius at his throat reflecting the cold light. Helbrecht stepped forward. Then the High Marshal of the Black Templars knelt. My Lord Dorn, he said, returned son of the God Emperor, The eternal crusade is yours to command. Dorn's gaze hardened. Rise. Helbrecht stood. You name my father a god. He is the god-emperor of mankind. His divinity is proven through sacrifice, miracle, and the endurance of his imperium. Dorn looked toward Grimaldus. The chaplain met his stare without lowering his eyes. We have burned worlds for that truth. And how many have been saved by debating it? Grimaldus said nothing. Dorn turned toward the hololith of Calistin. This system will fall within 11 days if the current disposition is maintained. Your theology does not alter the enemy's firing solutions. We will discuss my father's nature when no artillery is landing upon the walls. Helbrecht's jaw tightened, but he bowed his head. As you command. The history of the Imperium was delivered as a casualty report. Decian spoke of the second founding and the breaking of the legions. He named successor chapters born from the seventh. He spoke of wars that had consumed companies, crusades and entire brotherhoods, the War of the Beast, the assaults against terror, the long Black Crusades, the rise of Abaddon, the destruction of Cadia, the opening of the Great Rift. Dorn listened without interruption. He learned that Guilliman lived and ruled once more as Lord Commander. His expression did not change. He learned that Lionel Johnson had awakened in the darkness beyond the rift. He gave a single nod. Then Decian spoke Sigismund's name. Dorn's eyes shifted from the hololith. How? He fought Abaddon during the First Black Crusade. His age? More than 1,000 years. Did he retreat? Helbrecht answered. Never. Dorn looked at him. The black sword passed through Abaddon's body. Sigismund died standing. His corpse was returned to us with a message of war. For several heartbeats, Dorn did not move. Lysander saw something break through the Primarch's control. It was not grief as mortals displayed it. No tears came. No hand trembled. Yet Dorn's breathing slowed, and his gaze lowered as though the weight of the fortress had settled upon his shoulders. I was unjust to him, Dorn said. No one answered. The admission seemed to offend the chamber's silence. Dorn raised his eyes again. Whatever had surfaced was sealed behind stone. Continue. The tale became worse. The Imperium he had defended had grown vast, fanatical and diseased. Knowledge had become ritual. Governance had become hereditary paralysis. Worlds starved while storehouses remained full, because the proper seals had not been obtained. Armies fought without ammunition, while neighboring sectors hoarded reserves for conflicts already concluded. Men prayed to machines they no longer understood, and burned those who attempted to understand them. Dorn absorbed it all. When Decian finished, the Primarch turned to Calistin. The system's disposition filled the strategium. 11 inhabited worlds orbited a white star scarred by warp storms. Defense fleets, bastion moons, minefields, troop concentrations, and enemy penetrations appeared as layered light. Dorn studied the arrangement for 7 minutes. Then he began dismantling it. Why are 3 fleet groups defending Pilgrim's Rest? Lord General Severin Drey cleared his throat. He was a heavy man in a uniform weighted with medals. The Shrine World receives 12 billion pilgrims each standard year. Its loss would cause unacceptable damage to sector morale. It has no shipyards, no manufactoria, and no stable approach lanes. It is holy ground. It is irrelevant ground. Drey's face reddened. Dorn moved one armored marker from Pilgrim's Rest toward Calistin Secundus. These vessels should have reinforced the outer defense 5 days ago. Why are reserve armies stationed on Orison? To defend the subsector governor and the hereditary estates. Orison possesses no strategic value. It is the administrative capital. Administration can occur inside a bunker. Dorn enlarged the surface map of Calistin Secundus. Shrine complexes crowded the approaches to several macro-cannon bastions. Their towers interrupted fields of fire. Cathedral districts stood upon ridgelines that should have held anti-armor batteries. Who forbade demolition here? Dre glanced toward an ecclesiarchal representative. Dorn did not. I asked who issued the order. I did, Dre said. Destroying consecrated structures would have risked unrest. They currently protect enemy armor from direct fire. Their loss would have been politically difficult. The enemy has no political difficulty firing through them. Dorn closed the projection. This system has not been defended. It has merely been dying without organization. Dre stepped forward. Sweat shone at his temples. My lord, our command structure has suffered severe astropathic corruption. Orders were altered. Reinforcements were misdirected. My withdrawal from the Western Cordon occurred only because the messages reaching my fleet indicated total collapse. Dorn looked at Decian. The chapter master transmitted a file to the central display. Casualty lists appeared. 3 billion soldiers had been abandoned when Dre withdrew his command fleet. Hundreds of transports remained in orbit, burning until enemy vessels destroyed them. The Lord General's ships had carried his household, personal guard, art collection, and wine stores. Dorn faced him. You received no withdrawal order. Dre swallowed. The transmission was corrupted. The transmission did not exist. My communications officers confirmed they were executed upon your command before this council assembled. Dre's mouth opened. You have 12 seconds to confess. The Lord General looked around the chamber. No one moved to aid him. I have served the throne for 40 years. My family has commanded the Calistin armies for 9 generations. 11. I preserved the command fleet so that a counterattack could be organized. 10. The soldiers on the Western Cordon were already lost. 9. I made the only decision available. 8. Dre's hand moved toward his holster. Lysander shifted his weight. Dorn was faster. He crossed the distance, seized the Lord General's wrist, and tore the bolt pistol free. Dre tried to speak. Dorn caught his jaw in his remaining hand and forced the weapon's barrel between his teeth. The Lord General gagged around the muzzle. Dorn fired. The bolt entered through the mouth and detonated behind the palate. Dre's skull burst outward. Fragments of bone, teeth, and brain struck the officers standing behind him. His body remained upright for an instant, blood pouring from the collapsed ruin above his collar, then fell across the strategium floor. Dorn handed the pistol to a stunned adjutant. Marshal Admiral Caradoc Pell. A lean naval officer stepped forward. One side of his face was burned and augmetic. He had commanded the ships that remained over Calistin Secundus after Dre's retreat. You will assume supreme mortal command. Pell stared at Dre's corpse, then at Dorn. I am not of noble blood. Neither is the enemy's artillery. My authority will be challenged. Kill those who obstruct you. Pell bowed. By your will, Lord. Not by my will. By your usefulness. When that ends, your rank ends with it. Dorn addressed the council. Every vessel, regiment, forge, chapter detachment, Titan maniple, and orbital station in this region will submit to unified strategic command. Decian spoke carefully. The Imperial Fists are a chapter now, Father, not a legion. Dorn met his gaze. A legal distinction. The enemy's guns will not respect it. He ordered the astropaths assembled. Messages went to Robert Gilliman, Lionel Johnson, Commander Dante, the High Lords of Terra, and every successor chapter, whose lineage descended from the 7th Legion. They were not requests for recognition or appeals for assistance. They were commands. The Nachman Gauntlet was becoming the decisive fortress line of the age. Every available force would submit to one strategy, one timetable, and one command structure. Those unwilling to obey were instructed to withdraw before they became another obstruction to be removed. Far from Calistin, beneath the poisoned skies of Medrengard, an iron warrior knelt before his Gene Father. The messenger delivered confirmation. Rogal Dorn lived. Perturabo dismissed every warrior from the chamber. Alone, the demon Primarch studied the signal. Weapons shifted beneath his armor. Ammunition feeds tightened. Vast mechanical limbs flexed behind him, while calculations spread across the walls in burning script. For 10,000 years, the equation had remained incomplete. Now its missing value had returned. Perturabo began to laugh. There was no joy in the sound, only bitterness, hatred, and the relief of a blade finally finding the wound for which it had been forged. The First Crusade fleet translated into the Callistin system beneath a storm of empiric fire. The void opened like a wound cauterized in black lightning. Battle barges and strike cruisers emerged through the rupture with shields blazing, their hulls the color of midnight, their prows carved into the likenesses of swords, reliquaries, and screaming angels. Hundreds of smaller vessels followed in ordered violence, every ship burdened with gun decks, assault craft, and warriors who had crossed half a burning galaxy in answer to a command many had believed would never come. Black Templars filled the Vox with declarations of arrival. Oaths overlapped across military channels until the phalanx silenced them. High Marshal Helbrecht stood upon the command deck of the Eternal Crusader and watched the Star Fortress grow across the forward oculus. The phalanx eclipsed constellations. Gunports covered its moon-sized flanks. Vast sections of its ancient hull still glowed from renewed activation, while repair craft swarmed across the armor like insects, tending the carcass of a god. Helbrecht had seen it before. He had never seen it alive. The fortress turned toward his fleet with the slow certainty of a world-changing orbit. Targeting augers passed across the Black Templars' vessels. Ancient systems measured every reactor, every magazine, and every warrior aboard them. Then the voice of Rogal Dorn entered the command deck. Maintain approach vector. Reduce speed by 1/5. Your escort formation exposes 3 fuel carriers to enfilade fire. Helbrecht's gauntlet tightened around the command throne. A lesser commander might have replied with ceremony. A mortal might have fallen to his knees at the sound. The High Marshal transmitted new orders. The fleet corrected course. More Sons of Dawn followed. Crimson Fists arrived in battered vessels, whose hulls bore scars from wars without number. Excoriators translated with their heraldry, half hidden beneath damage and mourning script. Executioners came beneath axe-bladed prows, their ships carrying trophies that would have earned censure from gentler chapters. Iron Knights brought disciplined squadrons, and holds crowded with siege engines. The Hammers of Dawn emerged in perfect formation, their commanders already transmitting manifests, ammunition counts, and casualty projections. Smaller brotherhoods came after them. Some possessed only a single strike cruiser. Others had gathered companies from campaigns separated by years of warp travel. Heraldry fragmented across 10 millennia appeared around the phalanx. Fists, walls, blades, towers, thunderbolts, and bones rendered upon armor in black, yellow, white, crimson, and iron. Nearly 9,000 Adeptus Astartes answered the summons. The force was immense by the standards of the modern Imperium. Entire sectors could pass centuries without witnessing so many Space Marines gathered in one theater. Mortal officers spoke of the assembly with awe. Priests declared that the Emperor had forged a new celestial host. Rogal Dorn looked upon the numbers and saw absence. The strategium displayed every warrior as a point of light. 9,000 transhuman soldiers occupied the void around him, supported by hundreds of warships and millions of chapter serfs. The 7th Legion had once mustered many times that strength. Whole orders of battle were missing. Companies had become chapters. Battalions had become names carved upon reliquaries. Great crusade formations existed only as corrupted archival fragments recited by scribes who did not understand them. Dorn did not mourn aloud. He reorganized what remained. The assembled commanders gathered upon the phalanx beneath banners newly stripped from combat passages. Chapter Master Decian stood at Dorn's right. Lysander remained at his left, the fist of Dorn resting upright against the deck. Helbrecht and Grimaldus stood before the commanders of the Crimson Fists, excoriators, executioners, Iron Knights, Hammers of Dawn, and the lesser successor brotherhoods. No throne had been prepared for the Primarch. Dorn stood before the hololithic representation of Calistin. "You will retain your chapter designations," he said. "Your heraldry will remain. Your internal command structures will remain until they obstruct theater requirements." Several captains exchanged looks. Dorn continued, "You are now elements of the 7th Legion Crusade host. Each chapter will function as an autonomous strategic cohort beneath a unified command hierarchy. Armor, fleet assets, apothecarian capacity, and ammunition reserves will be redistributed according to operational necessity." A commander in white-edged yellow armor stepped forward. He bore the insignia of the Iron Knights, and the seals upon his breastplate named him Castellan Arven Rauch. "My lord, our oaths bind us to the Codex Astartes and the institutions of the Imperium." Dorn regarded him. Rauch continued despite the weight of that stare. "The legions were divided by the order of Lord Guilliman. Whatever necessity confronts us, reforming the 7th may be judged rebellion." "Judged by whom?" "The Lord Commander, the High Lords, the Senatorum Imperialis." "Are any of them present?" "No, Lord." "Is Perturabo awaiting their judgment before attacking?" Rauch's jaw hardened. "No." "Then your concern has no immediate military value. My concern is lawful authority." Dorn stepped closer. The gathered commanders watched in silence. "Obedience without judgment is cowardice," Dorn said. "A warrior who obeys an irrational command because he fears responsibility is not loyal. He is weak." Rauch inclined his head, believing the point conceded. Dorn's voice became colder. "Judgment that endangers mankind is treason." The Castellan's head rose. "You will surrender theater command. Your warriors will serve beneath Lysander until this campaign ends, or until you demonstrate that law has not become an excuse for inaction." Rauch's hand closed. Helbrecht watched him calculate pride against survival. At last, the Iron Knight struck his fist against his breastplate. "As ordered." Dorn dismissed him with a glance. Helbrecht stepped forward, before another commander could speak. "The Black Templars require no persuasion. Every crusade has awaited this hour. Every blade we carry was sharpened for your command. Name the world, and we will cleanse it." His voice filled the chamber like a blade drawn across stone. Grimaldus bowed his skull-masked head. "The sons of Sigismund stand ready to prosecute the Emperor's wrath." Dorn studied Helbrecht. "You wish to attack?" "Yes." "You have not yet reviewed the enemy's complete disposition." "I know enough. The traitors are within reach." "That is not knowledge. It is appetite." Helbrecht's eyes narrowed. "The enemy bleeds while we gather. Every moment surrendered allows the Iron Warriors to reinforce. Every premature assault allows them to kill warriors they would otherwise be forced to spend ammunition reaching. We are not ammunition. You are a weapon system. Your faith does not change that." A murmur moved through the commanders and died beneath Dorn's gaze. Helbrecht stepped closer until only a few paces separated him from his Gene father. The Eternal Crusade was not built to hide behind walls. No, it was built to win. Dorn pointed toward the Calistin hololith. Lines of projected fire, reserve routes, and enemy advances appeared across 11 worlds. Zeal is fuel. Uncontained, it burns the engine it was meant to drive. Helbrecht accepted the rebuke without lowering his stare. Anger lived within him, bright and disciplined, seeking an enemy upon which to spend itself. Grimaldus spoke first. "Then give the fire a furnace." Dorn looked toward him. The chaplain inclined his head. For the first time since the council began, something resembling approval touched the Primarch's expression. "I intend to." The reconstruction of the Calistin system began before the last successor vessel reached anchor. Dorn did not fortify worlds. He fortified the spaces between them. Moons were stripped of civilian settlements and turned into gun platforms. Macro cannon batteries were buried beneath kilometers of rock. Magma chambers became power reservoirs. Craters were covered with retractable armor plates, beneath which lance emplacements waited in vacuum-sealed darkness. Asteroid belts received minefields, arranged not as barriers, but as channels. Enemy ships attempting to avoid the first fields would be forced into the ranges of concealed batteries. Asteroids large enough to survive impact were hollowed, filled with plasma warheads, and equipped with guidance thrusters. Orbital docks ceased to be repair stations. Dorn converted them into torpedo bastions. Their personnel were given no evacuation craft. Their magazines were enlarged. Their reactors were fitted with demolition controls. Every commander received sealed orders, explaining at which stage of enemy penetration the docks were to fire their remaining torpedoes, overload their drives, and turn themselves into expanding spheres of radioactive wreckage. Inhabited worlds were divided into defensive zones capable of continuing the war after their capitals died. Command bunkers multiplied beneath the crust. Vox relays were duplicated, then duplicated again. Ammunition lines ran in opposite directions so that the destruction of one junction could not starve an entire front. Field hospitals were placed beside corpse reclamation centers because Dorn calculated that dead soldiers would begin accumulating faster than they could be burned. 46 billion soldiers were the visible edge of the labor. Behind them worked hundreds of billions. Prisoners, debtors, serfs, hive laborers and civilians, too old or infirm for the line, dug trenches until their hands split around the handles of their tools. Servitors poured ferrocrete while their feet wore away against stone. Men carried artillery shells in linked teams because loading machines were required elsewhere. Those who collapsed were dragged aside. Those who could still move were injected with stimulants and returned to work. Sergeant Darren Holt watched the transformation from the ruins of Trenchline Kappa. His regiment had lost more than half its surviving strength during the last bombardment. Reinforcements arrived before the bodies were removed. New troops stepped over the dead, received weapons taken from severed hands, and began widening the trench. Holt stood upon the firing step while a work gang disassembled the remains of a shrine behind him. The shrine had survived 3 artillery strikes. Its saint wore a silver mask and held a sword above a bowl crowded with votive coins. A priest blocked the laborers. "This ground was consecrated before your grandfathers were born." The gang overseer lowered his cutting torch. Holt did not intervene until demolition charges arrived. The priest saw them and spread his arms before the statue. "You cannot destroy this place. Men have prayed here for centuries." A voice answered from the trench. "Then they have wasted centuries obstructing a secondary ammunition rail." Dorn walked through the mud. The Primarch's damaged armor had been stripped of melted sections and repaired with plain plates. He possessed no left hand. The blackened stump remained bound in chains, while Mechanicus artificers followed several paces behind him, waiting for permission to continue measurements. The priest fell to his knees. Dorn ignored him. He studied the firing line, the trench depth, and the angle of the half-completed rail. The shrine blocks direct movement between the eastern magazines and batteries 9 through 14. The priest pressed his brow into the mud. "My lord, it is sacred. So is the duty it obstructs." Dorn turned to Holt. "Your regiment holds this zone? What remains of it, lord? How long to clear the site?" Holt looked at the shrine, then at the charges. 20 minutes. 10. The priest raised his head. Dorn looked down upon him. "You may remove the relics that can be carried before detonation. There are hundreds. Then choose those your faith values most." Dorn walked on. The shrine exploded 9 minutes later. Silver, stone, and fragments of saintly bone spread across the trench. The laborers began laying the ammunition rail before the dust settled. Across Calistin, palaces and devotional plazas suffered the same judgment. Noble estates were leveled to provide artillery fields. Mausoleums became ammunition vaults. A hive district containing 8 million people was emptied and demolished because its towers obstructed the traverse of defense lasers. Those who refused relocation were removed by enforcers. Those who resisted disappeared beneath excavation machines whose operators had orders not to stop. Evacuation lists arrived from the system command. Every void-capable transport received a revised manifest. Navigators had priority. Astropaths followed. Skilled forge personnel, reactor engineers, shipwrights, medici specialists and children selected for Scholar Progenium processing were allocated berths. Workers essential to armament production were included with their immediate supervisors. The remainder were denied. Billions gathered around spaceports after learning that holds would leave filled with ammunition instead of civilians. Riots broke against perimeter walls. Troopers fired into the crowds. Bodies accumulated against the gates until the living climbed over them. Marshal Admiral Pell presented the projected deaths to Dorn aboard the Phalanx. More than 6 billion civilians on Callistin Secundus alone will lack transport if the outer defense fails. Dorn read the report. They already lack transport. We could reduce the ammunition allotment. By how much? 1/3. And how long would the planetary batteries continue firing? Pell consulted the figures he already knew. 32 hours fewer. How many soldiers die during those hours? Approximately 900 million. And if the batteries fail before the evacuation fleet clears orbit? Pell said nothing. Dorn approved the manifests. His gaze moved to the next calculation. The Mechanicus resisted only once. The sacred manufactorum of Archmagos Belisvar occupied the northern firing axis of Callistin Tertius. Its central forge had been constructed around a Dorn entered the Noospheric Conference without greeting. You have 1 hour to remove the Var's mechanical limbs shifted behind him. The sanctified structure is inseparable from the holy machine context that preserves its knowledge. Then preserve the context elsewhere. Relocation risks data corruption. Remaining guarantees destruction when the enemy reaches it. The Omnissiah forbids violation of this site. Dorn ended the transmission. Lysander's Terminators entered the manufactorum 40 minutes later. Battle servitors raised weapons. The Terminators disarmed them by tearing gun limbs from sockets and crushing cranial housings beneath armored boots. Priests who attempted to lock the vaults were removed from their stations. The Dawn ordered the plasma reactors rigged for detonation. Archmagos Var transmitted curses in Binharic and High Gothic. Dawn assigned the Mechanicus priest to oversee the explosives. The augmetic hand was completed while the manufactorum's reactors were being prepared. Artificers forged it from adamantium and surviving fragments of auramite cut from the ruined plates of the auric armor. Its fingers contained gravitic locks, powerful enough to grip a moving tank hull. Internal motive fibers responded to impulses from the muscles beneath Dawn's stump. The Mechanicus offered gold filigree, heraldic engravings, and devotional script. Dawn rejected all of them. He allowed no name to be applied. When the hand locked around the grip of Storm's teeth, the Chainblade's engine changed pitch beneath the pressure. Among the gathered sons of the 7th Legion, another name spread through private Vox channels and armory halls: the Unyielding Hand. Dawn never acknowledged it. He stood upon the Phalanx's command dais when the outer Auspex stations began dying. One by one, their transmissions ended. Then the warp tore open beyond Callistin. Hundreds of hostile capital ships emerged in ordered ranks. Iron Warriors' grand cruisers, corrupted battleships, carriers and assault vessels entered real space behind veils of empiric flame. Their drives burned like furnace mouths. Between them moved shapes too large to be ships and too deliberate to be debris. Something followed. A tower pushed through the great rift. It was black, angular, and impossibly vast. No planet supported it. No vessel carried it. It extended from the wound in reality as though driven through the skin of the universe from the other side. Gun platforms rotated along its flanks. Chains the thickness of cities disappeared into the warp behind it. Across the Callistin system, Imperial weapons acquired targets. Basilisks elevated their barrels. Defense lasers charged. Lunar batteries opened armored shutters. Torpedo bastions flooded their launch tubes. Helbrecht stood beside Dorn. "Give the word." Dorn watched the enemy advance into the channels he had built. "Not yet. They are within range. They are within some ranges." The hostile fleet came closer. Minefields remained dormant. Concealed lance stations kept their shutters closed. Billions of soldiers waited beneath the guns, while sweat gathered inside their masks, and enemy silhouettes grew across every tactical display. Dorn closed the unyielding hand around the edge of the command dais. "Hold fire." The first tower of the Infinite Citadel entered the system. Only when the Iron Warriors had committed the full weight of their advance did Dorn speak again. "Let them come close enough that none escape." Chapter 5. Geryon had been built to endure the death of worlds. Its continents were armor plates laid across a planetary skeleton of bunkers, magazines, and buried transit lines. Mountain ranges had been cored out and packed with macro shells. Oceans concealed missile silos beneath black water. Cities had grown around fortress complexes until hab towers, manufactoria, and gun emplacements became parts of the same machine. Trenchline Mortis crossed the northern continent from sea to irradiated sea. Sergeant Darren Holt occupied less than 10 meters of it. The 143rd Callistin Line Regiment had been withdrawn from Callistin Secundus, rearmed aboard a mass conveyor, and hurled onto Geryon before most of its wounded had stopped bleeding. Reinforcements had filled the gaps in the ranks. Boys from hive levies stood beside scarred survivors. Penal soldiers wore explosive collars over flak armor. Servitors dragged ammunition carts through communication trenches flooded with blood and chemical rain. Holt rested his lasgun against the firing step and watched the horizon vanish beneath artillery smoke. Armored bunkers rose at measured intervals along Mortis. Lascanon towers stood behind them, each covering the approaches of its neighbors. Minefields stretched for hundreds of kilometers beyond the wire, layered with anti-personnel charges, gravitic traps, melter pits, and warheads designed to detonate beneath super-heavy armor. Vindicator squadrons waited inside concealed revetments. Their engines remained silent. Camouflage shutters hid their demolisher cannon from aerial observation. The tanks had orders to fire only after the enemy crossed the third trench and exposed its flanks. Far beneath Holt's boots, artillery crews labored in chambers they had entered as children. Some had never seen Geryon's sky. Whole generations loaded shells, serviced recoil systems, and died beneath the earth, without learning whether the world above them possessed oceans or stars. Their basilisks and medusas fired through armored shafts that opened for seconds at a time, then sealed before enemy augurs could fix their positions. The first Iron Warriors shells fell at dawn. The bombardment continued for 70 hours. There was no night after the opening salvo. The sky remained white, orange, or black, depending upon which weapons were striking. Seismic warheads buried themselves hundreds of meters into the crust before detonating. Their shock waves passed through ferrocrete and armor without leaving visible wounds. Men died intact. Holt watched Trooper Merrin stagger away from the firing step after one such impact. No shrapnel had touched him. His flak armor remained whole. He removed his helmet and tried to speak. Blood poured from his mouth. His eyes filled red. His abdomen swelled as his organs liquefied within him. He collapsed against Holt, vomiting pieces of lung and liver across the sergeant's breastplate. Holt dragged the corpse aside before the next tremor arrived. Rad shells burst above the trenches in clouds of poisonous light. Exposed skin blistered within seconds. Teeth loosened. Hair fell away in bloody clumps. Soldiers nearest the impact zones aged as Holt watched, flesh darkening and splitting while they clawed at their masks. Medici orderlies marked them with black paint and left them where they lay. There were not enough counter-radiation injectors to waste upon men already condemned. Bunker-penetrating munitions struck from orbit. The first layers of ferrocrete slowed them. The second stripped away their casings. The warheads entered packed shelters as glowing metal and detonated among thousands of men. Mortis shook. A bunker 200 meters east of Holt bulged outward. Its firing slits flashed red. The roof lifted, turned in the air and came down upon the trench behind it. Human remains sprayed through ventilation ducts. Arms, eyes and strips of scalp emerged from grills meant to carry clean air. The ventilation systems clogged by the second day. Corpses swelled inside the ducts. Heat and pressure forced rendered fat through seams in the machinery. The surviving soldiers cut the dead into sections with entrenching tools and bayonets, feeding limbs and torsos into industrial reclamation grinders. Holt held a corpse by the ankles, while Calder sawed through its spine. Yeah, dead man had no head. His identification tags were melted into his chest. Who was he? Calder asked. It no longer matters. The blade caught between vertebrae. Calder leaned his weight against it. The spine parted with a wet crack. Holt dragged the lower half toward the grinder. Mechanical teeth pulled it from his hands, shredding uniform, flesh and bone into a dark slurry that vanished through processing pipes. Nothing was wasted on Geryon. Above them, the Iron Warriors advanced. They did not mistake bombardment for destruction. Each salvo demanded a response. When Imperial void shields flared, traitor augurs measured the power transfer between generators. When artillery fired in reply, counter-battery systems tracked microscopic changes in atmospheric pressure, the trembling of dust, and the brief heat bloom escaping from armored shafts. Yet Dorn had built lies into every answer. The first trenches were abandoned before the Iron Warriors reached them. Slave soldiers poured into the empty positions, raising banners and firing into bunkers whose defenders had already withdrawn through buried tunnels. Then concealed batteries opened from the flanks. Lascanon beams crossed the trenches at waist height. Men became burning fragments. Heavy bolters fired along the length of the captured line, bursting bodies apart in disciplined rows. The survivors fled forward and entered minefields placed behind the positions they believed secure. Destroyed bunkers revealed second fortifications beneath them. Iron Warriors' tanks demolished ferrocrete towers, only to expose armored gun pits below. Demolisher shells struck the attackers from ranges too close for their own artillery to answer safely. False ammunition dumps burned along the retreat routes. Demon engines descended upon them, iron limbs crushing barricades, while furnace mouths howled. The first machine reached the central magazine and tore through its roof. The cyclonic mine beneath it detonated. The ground rose in a hemisphere of fire. The demon engine vanished. 3 armored companies disappeared with it. Soil, metal, and pulverized flesh climbed into the upper atmosphere before falling across the battlefield as black rain. Deep beneath Geryon, counter-battery cogitators studied the enemy's guns. They detected distortions too small for mortal senses. A tremor in a cloud bank. A ripple crossing a poisoned lake. A change in air density produced by the passage of a seed shell. Coordinates were calculated. Earthshaker batteries answered. The Iron Warriors moved their guns after every salvo. Dorn's machines predicted where they would move next. The war became a duel, fought between buried intellects, while billions of men died above them. The Titans arrived during the 58th hour. Holt heard them before he saw them. The sound came through the ground, vast and rhythmic. Dust lifted from the trench floor with every step. Loose teeth rattled across ammunition crates. Men stopped speaking. A warlord Titan strode through the Imperial lines. It was a walking cathedral of yellow armor and black heraldry. Defense lasers reflected from its void shields. Its volcano cannon turned toward the horizon, while attendant priests chanted through external Vox arrays. A Reaver followed in its shadow, its carapace weapons firing missiles that climbed through the clouds. Traitor god engines answered. They emerged through the smoke, wearing skins of iron, bone, and screaming human bodies. One warlord possessed a head shaped like a furnace maw. Another dragged chains covered in impaled tank crews. Warhound Titans ran ahead of them, plasma weapons flaring. The first volcano cannon discharge turned the horizon white. A Loyalist Reaver lost its upper torso. Armor, reactors, and crew became a column of burning debris. The head separated from the body and landed among an infantry reserve, crushing thousands beneath its faceplate. Infantry fought around the Titan's ankles. Men who had survived 3 days of bombardment died beneath incidental footfalls. A warlord shifted its stance and flattened an entire company against the mud. A warhound stepped over Mortis, its heel crushing a bunker until blood sprayed through the firing slits. Holt fired at enemy infantry and tried not to look upward. A corrupted Reaver charged the Loyalist line. Its chain fist carved through a bastion tower. Its melter cannon reduced a Rogal Dorn battle tank squadron to pools of incandescent metal. An Imperial shadow sword fired from concealment. The volcano cannon beam struck the Reaver's left knee. The joint exploded. The God Engine continued forward for 3 steps before its weight overcame it. The severed leg collapsed beneath the body. The Reaver fell sideways across 6 kilometers of trench. Holt saw its shadow cover the eastern line. Then it came down. Bunkers vanished beneath the hull. Entire battalions were crushed between armor and earth. Men outside the impact zone were thrown into the air by the pressure wave. Holt struck the rear trench wall hard enough to crack his breastplate. The fallen Titan screamed through every Vox channel. Its reactor containment failed. "Down!" Holt shouted. The detonation consumed the eastern horizon. When Holt regained consciousness, ash covered the trench. Half the soldiers around him were dead. Calder sat against the wall with a steel rod through his throat. His hands remained wrapped around it, as though he had tried to pull it free. A figure walked through the ash. At first, Holt thought it was an Imperial fist. Then the scale became clear. Rogal Dorn entered trenchline Mortis, without honor guard, proclamation, or banner. The unyielding hand hung at his side. Storm's teeth rested across his shoulder. Shell fragments struck his armor and fell smoking into the mud. Soldiers rose as he passed. Some attempted to kneel. Dorn ordered them back to the firing step. Holt stood before the survivors of his regiment. Fewer than 2,000 remained in fighting condition. Their uniforms were burned, their faces wrapped in stained bandages. Several supported themselves on lasguns because their legs no longer possessed the strength to hold them. Dorn looked along the line. No speech had been prepared. No priest stood beside him. "You will hold until dawn," the Primarch said. The soldiers waited. "Most of you will die before then." No man cheered. Dorn pointed toward the defense line behind them, invisible beyond the smoke. "Your deaths will purchase 23 minutes for the 4th line to complete its withdrawal. Those minutes will preserve 6 armored brigades and their ammunition." Holt heard someone begin to sob. Dorn's gaze moved toward the sound. The soldier forced himself silent. "You have been told that your duty is to survive," Dorn continued. "It is not. Your duty is to make survival possible for the Imperium. Hold this ground until the appointed minute, then withdraw if you remain capable." Holt struck his fist against his chest. "We will hold." Dorn looked at him. "See that you do." The Primarch moved on. The soldiers watched him disappear into the bombardment. Holt raised his lasgun. "Check charge packs. Fix bayonets. No one dies before the clock allows it." The Iron Warriors reached Hive Geryon before dawn. Its towers rose through the smoke like blackened teeth. 4 billion civilians and wounded soldiers remained in the lower levels. Spaceports had been destroyed during the opening bombardment. Transit tunnels had collapsed. Every available transport was carrying ammunition toward the inner worlds. Enemy armor entered through the western industrial gates. Demon engines followed. Slave infantry flooded the lower manufactoria, and Iron Warriors' reserve cohorts descended by Dreadclaw into the central districts. The Hive's defenders fought from hab blocks, rail stations, and corpse processing halls, but the enemy advance remained precise. Aboard the Phalanx, Helbrecht studied the invasion map. "They are overextended," he said. "Give me the Templar reserve. We can force a corridor through the southern gate and extract the survivors." Dorn stood before the strategium display. "No." Helbrecht turned. 4 billion souls remain below. They cannot be removed before the enemy closes the route. We have Thunderhawks, Storm Ravens, and armored transports. Insufficient. Then we hold the corridor until more arrive. Dorn expanded the projection. Enemy icons crowded Hivegarian's industrial depths. Tank columns entered refinery districts. Demon engines descended into fuel processing caverns. Iron Warriors' reserves followed, confident that the Hive's population would prevent total destruction. "They have committed the forces required," Dorn said. Helbrecht stared at the lower levels. Understanding entered. His face. "No." Dorn transmitted an activation code. Beneath Hivegarion lay a Prometheum sea. Ancient drilling had opened caverns filled with refined fuel, chemical runoff, and gases trapped under crushing pressure. Charges waited around the containment pillars. Helbrecht stepped toward the Primarch. "You placed the charges before the battle." "Yes. You intended this. I intended the option. Those people still live. They are condemned. They are Imperial citizens. They are inside an enemy concentration." Helbrecht's hand closed around the sword of the High Marshals. "Permit the extraction." "No." The High Marshal's voice became a growl. "By the throne, I will not stand here while you burn them." Dorn looked at him. "You will stand where I require you." Then he gave the order. The Prometheum sea ignited. Hivegarion rose from the earth. The lower districts expanded in a globe of orange fire. Foundations shattered. Hab towers lifted, tilted, and fell into the opening ground. Billions vanished before pain could reach their minds. Others lived longer. Pressure waves raced through tunnels, driving bodies through armor seams and ventilation grills like liquid through cracked pipes. Men became red mist inside sealed vehicles. Civilians packed into shelters were pulped against walls. Their bones ground through flesh as the blast rolled over them. Prometheum climbed the towers. Windows erupted outward. Burning figures fell by the thousands. Entire districts collapsed into lakes of fuel, where bodies floated for seconds before skin split and fat caught fire. Iron Warriors emerged from the flames. Some had lost their helmets. Their heads were skinless, teeth exposed in blackened jaws. Molten ceramite hung from their armor in glowing sheets. One legionary continued walking, while the ammunition in his bolt gun cooked off, shells bursting through his gauntlet and forearm. Imperial fists firing lines waited beyond the hive. Bolt rifles opened. The burned traitors came apart under disciplined volleys. Explosive rounds entered exposed faces and burst skulls into steaming fragments. Lascanon towers struck tanks climbing from the ruins. Hidden vindicators fired into the disordered columns and erased them beneath demolisher blasts. Helbrecht found Dorn at the forward command post. The High Marshal entered with ash covering his armor. Was there no other path? Dorn did not turn from the battlefield. 4 billion died in the detonation. Helbrecht's jaw clenched. If the enemy armor had reached the inner worlds, projected Imperial deaths exceeded 31 billion. That estimate excluded subsequent system collapse. You speak of them as figures. They were figures before they became corpses. Helbrecht seized the edge of the command table. Metal bent beneath his gauntlet. They trusted us. They were condemned when the fleet entered orbit. I chose what their deaths purchased. Dorn faced him. I will not apologize for refusing to exchange 31 billion lives for 4. Helbrecht stared at his gene-father with hatred, reverence and horror fighting behind his eyes. Dorn pointed toward Hivegarion. The enemy is disorganized. Spend your anger usefully. The counterattack began before the fires subsided. Black Templars land raiders smashed through the Hive's outer ruins, their tracks crushing burning corpses into the streets. Hurricane bolters shredded slave infantry. Assault ramps fell, and sword-bearing crusaders charged through smoke dense with human ash. Helbrecht led them. The sword of the High Marshals cut through an iron warrior's breastplate and opened him from shoulder to hip. Black blood and organs spilled across the burning road. Grimaldus followed, Crozius crushing helms, while his sermons rolled through the Vox. Assault terminators teleported into enemy artillery redoubts. Thunderhammers caved in gun shields and pulped crews against their loading rails. Crimson fists occupied shattered towers and eliminated exposed officers with precise bolt rifle fire. Holt's regiment followed the Astartes into the hive. The appointed 23 minutes had passed. Fewer than 400 of his soldiers remained. They advanced through streets carpeted with cooked bodies. Fat boiled in gutters. Walls ran with blood forced from corpses by heat. Holt stepped over a child-sized shape fused to an adult's chest and fired into a slave soldier crawling beneath a wrecked chimera. The last bolt entered the man's eye. His head burst against the pavement. By dusk, Geryon remained imperial. Nothing about it resembled victory. The surface burned from horizon to horizon. More than half the fortress line had been destroyed. Titan wrecks lay across the trenches. The hive was an open furnace filled with billions of dead. Dorn issued orders before the guns fell silent. Every recoverable weapon was to be stripped from the corpses. Armor plates were to be cut from vehicles and dead Astartes. Ammunition was to be gathered regardless of contamination. Intact human bodies were to be rendered into emergency nutrient compounds, industrial oils, and servitor feedstock. Funerary ceremonies were suspended. Priests who protested were assigned to corpse collection. Holt stood in trench-line mortis, while labor gangs dragged the dead into grinders. Dawn light reflected from pools of blood and promethium. Behind him, excavation engines arrived. Dawn walked to the broken firing step and looked across the ruin. Begin reconstruction. Holt stared at the corpse-choked trench. The first line is gone. Then build it again. The Primarch turned toward the burning horizon. Before the blood had dried, Geryon began digging. The infinite citadel did not possess walls in any mortal sense. Its boundaries were decisions imposed upon reality. Iron extended where Perturabo required iron to exist. Corridors lengthened when invaders entered them, and shortened when ammunition servitors passed through. Towers rose through the immaterium, their foundations anchored upon worlds separated by light years and causality. Gun chambers hung upside down above oceans of molten metal. Bastions opened into skies belonging to dead planets. Entire fortress districts migrated through one another, according to calculations no human mind could endure without rupture. At its center, Perturabo watched Geryon burn. The chamber surrounding him had been grown from living iron. Metal ribs expanded and contracted with each mechanical breath of the citadel. Veins of molten brass pulsed through the floor. Machine spirits taken from captured Imperial warships had been chained into the walls, their consciousnesses flayed apart and forced into service as prediction engines. They screamed whenever the demon Primarch demanded new calculations. Perturabo heard no screams. He heard data. The destruction of Hive Geryon unfolded across suspended planes of light. Atmospheric pressure, thermal expansion, promethium density, void shield failure rates, Imperial artillery response intervals, casualty movements, the precise delay between Dawn's command and the detonation beneath the hive. More than 4 billion Imperial deaths occupied a single column. Perturabo enlarged the figure, not because the number troubled him, because it revealed his brother. Warsmith Croven Malk stood at the edge of the chamber, armor repaired after his withdrawal from the wreck of the Sword of Sacrilege. New plates covered the damage inflicted by the Imperial fists. Fresh cables entered the flesh beneath his gorget. His servo arms remained folded, though their weapons tracked the shadows moving through the walls. You anticipated the detonation, Malk said. Perturabo did not turn. I anticipated that Dorn would recognize the necessity. He killed billions of his own. He has always done so. Malk watched the burning hive collapse upon itself. The Imperium remembers him as a builder of walls. The Imperium remembers symbols. It has forgotten men. Perturabo moved one arm. The display shifted. Geryon became a network of intersecting lines. Each defensive position appeared stripped of heraldry, prayer, and blood. Bunkers became geometric volumes. Regiments became rates of ammunition consumption. Titans became heat signatures and pressure footprints. Dorn's defense revealed itself. Every abandoned trench had been placed to expose a flank. Every concealed battery existed within a second firing pattern. Every sacrifice fed a withdrawal or counterattack elsewhere. Perturabo examined it without admiration. Admiration required uncertainty. He had always known what Dorn was capable of. The hive's destruction gave us 37 usable void shield frequencies, he said. 19 defense, laser signatures, 6 counter-battery prediction methods, 9 layers of atmospheric correction data. His hidden Vindicator positions exposed themselves when our armor entered the western districts. Malk inclined his head. The price was considerable. The price belonged to expendable assets. 3 Iron Warriors cohorts were lost. They existed to be lost. The warsmith accepted this without visible reaction. Perturabo turned from the displays. His form filled the chamber. Demonhood had not reduced him to a beast. It had made his discipline monstrous. Armor, flesh, and weapon systems had become inseparable. Gun batteries rotated beneath his shoulders. Ammunition feeds entered cavities along his spine. Cables thick as a man's torso connected his body to the fortress. His face remained recognizably that of a Primarch, though iron had grown through the skin, and his eyes burned with cold furnace light. Hatred did not shake him. It had been organized, measured, placed into firing schedules, siege intervals, and fortress plans designed to break conviction before they broke stone. Every fortress reveals its architect's fears, Perturabo said. Malk waited. Dorn's first fortresses were built to preserve the Emperor's dream. These are not. The Demon Primarch indicated Calistin. These are built by a warrior who believes he failed once and cannot permit himself to fail again. He will spend worlds to avoid repeating terror. He will destroy every life behind his walls before he admits the walls are lost. Then he has learned. No, he has hardened. Perturabo's weapon systems shifted with a sound like distant artillery. A hardened floor is still a floor. Malk transmitted the disposition of the host. The chamber filled with iron runes. Millions of corrupted auxilia occupied the forward assault echelons. Penal levies taken from conquered imperial worlds marched beside mutant warbands bred in the furnace pits of Medrengard. Slave armies waited inside transports without life support, packed so tightly that the dead remained upright among the living. Thousands of iron warriors formed the structural core. Legionary cohorts had been assigned to breach exploitation, counter-assault interdiction, and command decapitation. Havoc companies occupied firing barges whose stabilization systems were wired directly into their armor. Obliterator cults slept inside armored vaults until target patterns were fed into their mutating flesh. Demon engines had been divided according to purpose. Mangler constructs would enter minefields and trigger them with their own bodies. Forge fiends would attack fixed gun lines. Brass scorpions waited for urban penetration. Helldrakes remained chained inside carrier hulks until the Imperial fighter screens weakened. Dark Mechanicum macro-crawlers moved through the void inside gravity cages. Each machine was large enough to flatten a hive district. Their hulls carried siege mortars, warp furnaces, and manufactoria capable of producing ammunition from bodies. Traitor Titan maniples advanced behind the fleet. Warhounds hunted artillery. Reavers killed armor concentrations. Warlords existed to engage loyalist god engines and force Dorn to reveal his anti-Titan reserves. Nothing had been assembled as a horde. Everything had a mechanical function. Malk enlarged one formation. The 6th Grand Battalion requests release from reserve. Denied. They claim the destruction of Geryon has opened a direct route toward Calistin Prime. It has opened the route I permitted them to see. Their warsmith argues that delay wastes momentum. Perturabo looked at Malk. Remove him. From command? From existence. Malk transmitted the order. Somewhere within the Citadel, an Iron Warriors officer received a summons to tactical review. He would enter a chamber whose doors would seal behind him. Pressure would rise until his armor collapsed inward, crushing ceramite through ribs and forcing liquefied organs from every joint seal. His replacement already waited. Perturabo returned his attention to the system. A new presence entered the chamber. The Black Legion emissary wore Terminator armor black enough to swallow the reflected light of the displays. Gold-trim framed plates crowded with trophies. A cloak of stitched human skin hung from his shoulders. The Eye of Horus marked his breastplate. He came without bowing. Lord Perturabo. The demon Primarch did not acknowledge the title. The emissary continued. The War Master requires the Calistin offensive accelerated. Abaddon requires many things. The Nachman timetable is fixed. Your forces are to collapse the Eastern Passage before the next Black Legion spearhead enters the gauntlet. Perturabo studied the emissary as he might study a defective artillery shell. My fortress network will activate when its geometry is complete. The War Master will not accept delay. Then he may refuse it. The emissary's gauntlet settled upon the hilt of his blade. Malk's servo arms unfolded. Perturabo did not move. The despoiler commands the long war, the Black Legionary said. He commands those who choose to follow him. You swore cooperation. I allocated assets. Do not mistake expenditure for obedience. The emissary stepped closer. The War Master has broken Cadia. He has torn the galaxy open. His campaigns have achieved what the legions failed to accomplish beneath Horus. Perturabo's eyes brightened. The walls around them groaned. Horus failed because he mistook charisma for strategy. Abaddon mistakes survival for supremacy. Neither error concerns me. You risk division when victory is within reach. Chaos is division. The words struck harder than a shout. Perturabo lowered his head until the burning iron of his face hovered above the emissary. You come into my fortress wearing trophies taken from weaker men and speak of unity. Your legion steals warriors from every bloodline because it cannot create loyalty of its own. You ask me to spend structures designed across centuries so your master may claim another advance upon a map. The emissary held his ground, though his armor's internal systems registered rising heat. Refusal will be remembered. Good. Perturabo turned away. Memory is the only fortress Abaddon has built that endures. The Black Legionary left with his hand still upon his weapon. Malk watched the doors close behind him. He will report insult. He was sent to receive it. The Black Legion may interfere. Then they will become another variable.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support really helps.
Perturabo dismissed the matter. The Citadel opened itself before him. The central display expanded beyond Calistin. Black towers appeared across multiple star systems, each positioned along the edges of the Great Rift. Some existed in real space as fortress moons. Others remained half submerged in the warp, visible only during stellar conjunctions or mass death events. Chains of empiric force connected them. The infinite Citadel was not a place. It was an instrument stretched across the Nachman gauntlet. Once the final anchors awakened, they would pull at the wound, separating the galaxy. The two edges of the Great Rift would bend toward one another. Stable passages would collapse. Navigation beacons would vanish beneath warp storms. Reinforcement routes between Imperium Sanctus and Imperium Nihilus would be severed. Worlds trapped beyond the closing wound would not die immediately. That was not Perturabo's design. They would become islands. Astropathic choirs would call into silence. Fleets would translate into the warp and never emerge. Food worlds would starve hive worlds. Forge worlds would run out of ore. Mutations would spread. Demons would appear inside sealed sanctums and beneath children's skin. Imperial authority would shrink one system at a time. Fortress commanders would ration ammunition, then food, then human flesh. The trapped worlds would consume themselves. Malk studied the arrangement. How long before closure? At current progress, 41 days. And if Dorn disrupts the material anchors? He will. Malk turned. Perturabo enlarged the central mechanism. The contradiction engine hung within a hollow region of the citadel where geometry had been killed. No straight line entered the chamber. No angle remained constant. The machine appeared both distant and close, larger than a city, yet narrow enough to pass through a doorway. Black stone pillars rotated around an absence that hurt the eye. Within that absence, captive psychers had been fused into concentric rings. Their bodies were opened from throat to groin. Nerves and spinal tissue connected them to iron conductors. They remained conscious, because death would reduce the precision of their suffering. Machine spirits circled them in chains of light. The engine fed upon contradiction, matter against distance, structure against possibility, command against result. Perturabo extended his will through the citadel. Activate the first sequence. The enslaved psychers screamed. Their voices became coordinates. Across Calistin, reality accepted a new set of rules. A defense laser on Calistin Prime measured an enemy cruiser at 200,000 kilometers. Its secondary auger reported the same vessel at 800,000. Its machine spirit reconciled the contradiction by firing upon a friendly battery occupying the impossible midpoint. The beam struck an Imperial macro cannon tower. Armor vaporized. Ammunition cooked off. Thousands of gunners burned inside sealed chambers, while the defense laser continued tracking an enemy that existed in two places. Void shields curved inward. Imperial weapons fired through them and found their heat trapped beneath the domes. Tank crews boiled inside their vehicles. Gun barrels softened. Soldiers clawed at armor seals, while their own fortifications became furnaces. Corridors lengthened. A reinforcement company entered a passage measured at 300 meters. After 6 hours of marching, the rear ranks could still see the doorway behind them. The soldiers began dying of thirst inside a structure no wider than a city block. Ammunition elevators opened into solid rock. Shells arrived at batteries crushed flat or fused into stone. Loading crews entered lifts and emerged embedded in walls, faces and hands protruding from ferrocrete, while the machinery continued operating around them. Dorn's fortresses had begun to betray their occupants. Malk watched casualty projections climb. This is not enough to collapse the system. It is enough to make every defense uncertain. Perturabo selected Calistin Tertius. The moon had become one of Dorn's largest gun platforms. Macro batteries covered its northern face. Torpedo silos occupied the equatorial trenches. More than 9 million soldiers, gunners, laborers, and serfs lived beneath its crust. Iron warriors tunneling craft had entered weeks earlier. They traveled through the moon's mantle using phase drills and gravitic displacement fields. Each craft carried charges designed not to shatter the moon randomly, but to divide it according to predetermined lines. Malk observed the readiness runes. All charges placed. Detonate. The moon broke. There was no single explosion. Fault lines of white light appeared across its surface. Mountains rose. Oceans of magma forced themselves through gun decks and habitation vaults. Millions died beneath collapsing rock before understanding that they had been attacked. The gravitic charges shaped the fragments. Mountain-sized sections of Calistin Tertius separated and accelerated toward Imperial orbital stations. Defense lasers attempted interception. Several fired upon false coordinates generated by the contradiction engine. Others struck the fragments, but failed to alter their mass. The first shard hit a star fort at orbital velocity. the station ceased to exist. Its armor, reactors, and 800,000 crew became an expanding sphere of metal vapor. A second fragment passed through a shipyard. Capital ships under repair split open. Atmosphere, men, and burning machinery poured into the void. A battleship's plasma reactor ruptured and consumed 3 neighboring docks. A third struck a civilian habitat ring. The structure folded around the rock. Millions were crushed so quickly that their bodies became a layer of blood between contracting decks. Callistin's defense network opened in a dozen places. Malk watched fire spread across the orbital map. "Now?" he asked. Perturabo understood the question. "Why do you not kill him?" Malk said. "You know where Dorn stands. The Citadel can place weapons within range of the Phalanx. A concentrated strike might destroy them both." Perturabo turned toward him. "Killing Dorn is insufficient. He is the command structure. He is the argument." The demon Primarch approached the image of Callistin. His sons believe endurance proves virtue. The Imperium believes sacrifice becomes noble when he orders it. Dorn believes every failure can be corrected by building another wall and feeding more lives into it. Weapon systems moved beneath Perturabo's armor. "I will not grant him death while those beliefs remain intact." Malk listened. "I will turn his firing lines upon one another. I will make his bunkers kill the men they shelter. I will use his reserves to block his retreats and his sacrifices to feed my engines. Every doctrine he trusts will become an instrument of defeat. And then he will understand." Perturabo's voice became almost quiet. "When nothing remains between us but proof, I will permit him to die." On Callistin Prime, the first bastion collapsed without an Iron Warrior reaching its walls. Its defense lasers fired inward. Its shield domes trapped the resulting heat. Ammunition lifts opened into stone. Escape passages lengthened until whole regiments died walking through them. The fortress folded. Gun towers struck one another. Ferrocrete flowed like wet flesh. Soldiers were compressed between walls that had once protected them, their bodies flattened into red silhouettes beneath Imperial heraldry. Perturabo transmitted one message. It crossed the system through channels the Phalanx could not block. Dorn stood within the strategium, while the demon Primarch's voice emerged from every tactical station. "I have rebuilt the cage. This time, there is nowhere outside it." The message ended. Dorn showed no anger. He watched the casualty runes spread across Callistin Prime. He studied the contradictions in range, distance, and structural behavior. Around him, officers waited for command. "Archive the transmission," he said. Decian looked toward him. "No reply?" "No." Dorn enlarged the image of the infinite citadel. His unyielding hand closed around the edge of the hololithic table. "Prepare an offensive route into the central structure." The strategium became silent. Dorn studied the black tower protruding from the great rift. "If there is nowhere outside the cage," he said, "we will destroy it from within." The avenging sun entered Callistin beneath the fire of a dying moon. The Indomitus battle group translated in disciplined waves, its capital ships emerging from the immaterium behind curtains of blue flame. Battleships came first, void shields raised and gun decks awake. Grand cruisers followed, then forged tenders, troop carriers, hospital ships, and munitorum mass conveyors burdened with munitions sufficient to feed planetary wars. Macragge's honor advanced at the center. The Gloriana-class battleship carried scars from campaigns waged across the length of the Imperium. Golden light burned from its armored prow. Ultramarine strike cruisers guarded its flanks, while custodian vessels maintained positions closer to the flagship than any ship of the Adeptus Astartes had been permitted. Beyond the battle group, the remains of Callistin Tertius crossed the void. Fragments of the murdered moon had become new continents of stone, tumbling between worlds. Defense stations burned among them. Corpses and wreckage formed frozen clouds around shattered docks. One section of habitation ring rotated slowly past the arriving fleet, its windows rimmed with ice, thousands of dead men pressed against the viewports from within. Robert Guilliman watched it pass from the command deck. He wore the armor of fate. The hand of Dominion rested at his side, and the Emperor's sword burned within its scabbard as though the blade resented confinement. Officers, serfs, and strategists occupied stations around him. None spoke above the restrained murmur required by duty. A hololithic projection of Calistine filled the chamber. The system looked diseased. Iron Warriors' advance markers spread across the outer worlds. The infinite citadel protruded from the great rift, its black towers occupying different coordinates whenever the augurs attempted to measure them. Friendly bastions reported corridors changing length, weapons firing at false targets, and void shields turning Imperial heat inward. Amid the collapse, one symbol remained fixed: the Phalanx. Guilliman had received Dorn's demand during a war council conducted across 6 subsectors. The message had contained no appeal, no account of survival, and no request for confirmation of authority. It had given him a fleet route, a reinforcement schedule, and the hour at which his vessels were expected to arrive. Guilliman had almost smiled. Then he had read the casualty projections. "Transmission from the Phalanx," said Tribune Asterion Calla, the senior custodian aboard the flagship. "The Praetorian acknowledges our arrival. He directs the battle group to assume formation along the southern approach." "Directs," Guilliman said. The Tribune's expression remained hidden behind his helm. "He does not employ the language of petition." "He never did." Guilliman studied the fortress ahead. For 10,000 years he had believed Rogal Dorn dead. Another brother lost to the heresy's endless aftermath. Another name added to a litany that had once seemed impossible to complete. Now Dorn lived. Guilliman had imagined the reunion during the voyage. He had considered what he might say, what questions he would ask, and how much grief could be acknowledged before necessity intervened. The Calistine display suggested necessity had arrived first. "Comply with his deployment," Guilliman ordered. "No Munitorum authority is to countermand the Phalanx without my direct assent." Several administrators looked uncomfortable. Guilliman saw it and felt weariness older than most civilizations. "The Iron Warriors will not postpone their assault while you debate the provenance of his seal." The battle group altered course. Hours later, Guilliman crossed into the Phalanx through an embarkation hall stripped of almost every devotional ornament. Pale rectangles marked where shrines had been cut from the walls. Incense stains remained around ventilation grills, but the braziers that had produced them were gone. Ammunition pallets occupied the cleared floor. Imperial fists lined the route. Behind them stood Black Templars, Crimson Fists, excoriators and warriors from successor chapters Guilliman had known only through damaged records. Nearly 9,000 Space Marines had gathered beneath one command, a legion in everything but name. Dorn waited at the end of the hall. His armor was an atrocity of repair. Original auric plates survived beside unadorned replacements. Ancient scars crossed newer damage. His left hand was a plain augmetic of adamantium and salvaged gold, without script or heraldry. Storm's teeth rested against one shoulder, its housing marked by wounds no artificer had yet removed. Guilliman crossed the deck. For an instant, neither Primarch spoke. Dorn appeared older, though age alone did not explain the change. He had possessed severity before terror. Now it seemed carved through him. His face held the stillness of a fortress after everyone inside had died. Guilliman embraced him. The movement surprised the assembled warriors. It surprised Guilliman as well. Dorn accepted the contact without resistance, but his arms remained at his sides. Only after a heartbeat did his remaining hand settle against Guilliman's back. The gesture was brief. "You are late," Dorn said. Guilliman released him. "You were dead. I was delayed. That distinction may comfort the administratum. It has survived worse errors." A sound passed through the embarkation hall. Not laughter, Space Marines of the 7th Bloodline would not risk laughter beneath Dorn's gaze. It was merely the release of breath held by thousands of warriors who had witnessed two legends meet and discovered they were still brothers. Guilliman examined the augmetic hand. What happened? Many things. You might attempt an answer containing information. When the system is secure, you remain impossible. You remain verbose. The deck alarms changed tone. Dark Angel's vessels had entered the system shortly after the Indomitus battle group, their fleet emerging from the shadowed reaches beyond the Great Rift. Battle barges bearing the winged sword joined the outer formation. Black-armored warriors arrived beside brethren in the dark green of the modern chapter, accompanied by other sons reclaimed from the nightmare of Imperium Nihilus. The Lion did not arrive with them. He appeared within the phalanx. Mist spread across the embarkation deck without warning. It rolled from beneath ammunition pallets and coiled around the feet of armored warriors. The smell of wet earth replaced promethium, oil, and recycled air. Ancient trees stood beyond the far bulkhead. They existed where no chamber should have been, their trunks disappearing into darkness, their branches heavy with leaves that moved beneath an unfelt wind. Watchers in the dark passed between the roots like pieces of night given form. A tall figure emerged from the forest. Lionel Johnson wore armor of green, black, and gold. The Emperor's shield covered one arm. Fealty rested in his other hand, its blade lowered but unsheathed. Dark angels followed him through the mist, among them warriors whose armor bore marks scraped away and repainted after 10,000 years of shame. The forest vanished behind them. 3 loyal sons of the Emperor stood together for the first time since the galaxy had burned beneath Horus. The Lion looked first at Guilliman. No embrace passed between them. Their reunion had occurred elsewhere, beneath different shadows, and what had been said then remained guarded between them. His gaze moved to Dorn. He studied the reconstructed armor, the scarred face, and the augmetic hand. Nothing escaped him. The Lion had always looked upon every room as a hunting ground, and every living thing within it as either ally, prey, or concealed threat. "You survived," he said. Dorn met his eyes. Survival is not absolution. The Lion's expression tightened by less than a mortal observer could have seen. "No," he said, "it is not." Dorn turned toward the strategium. "Then we have exhausted the useful portion of this reunion." The War Council gathered around Callistin's burning image. Guilliman did not begin with Perturabo. He began with the 7th Legion Crusade host. "You have assembled nearly 9,000 warriors of a single gene line beneath direct primarchal command," he said. "Their fleet assets have been integrated. Their armories are being redistributed. Their officers answer to a common hierarchy." "Yes," Dorn replied, "you have reformed a legion. I have formed a theater army. You know the difference is political, not military." Dorn stood opposite him across the hololith. "The enemy's artillery remains indifferent to both. The Imperium cannot afford another legion commanded by one will. The Imperium cannot afford the institutions preventing it from defending itself." Guilliman felt every eye in the chamber move between them. "This is not merely a question of efficiency. The legions were divided because concentrations of power made the heresy possible. The heresy was possible because we failed to understand our brothers, and because those brothers commanded armies large enough to break the galaxy. The galaxy is already broken. Dorn enlarged the Great Rift. It is divided, burning and failing. Worlds die while authorities dispute seals. Fleets remain idle because command crosses jurisdictional boundaries. Chapters preserve their independence while entire sectors collapse between them. The answer is not to remove every restraint. A restraint that prevents effective defense is an enemy weapon." Guilliman leaned across the display. "And who determines which restraints are enemies?" "The commander responsible for victory." That answer came easily to Horus. Storm's teeth moved beneath Dorn's augmetic grip. The sound of its casing scraping the deck was very small. The Lion watched both brothers. "You are each discussing the Imperium as though it were capable of surviving your argument," he said. Gilliman looked toward him. "You approve of this, Legion?" "I approve of a blade having a hand to direct it." "That is not an answer." "It is the only answer the present war requires." Dorn inclined his head. The Lion continued before agreement could settle between them. "Visible strength invites visible attack. 9,000 warriors gathered around one fortress present the enemy with a target. They also present infiltrators with a single body to poison." "The command is compartmentalized," Dorn said. "Every compartment believes it is secure. Secrecy is not security." The Lion's eyes cooled. "It has preserved forces that would otherwise be extinct. It did not preserve Caliban." Silence fell with the weight of a collapsed wall. The Lion's hand tightened around fealty. The power sword's field awakened with a low, predatory hum. Dark Angel's officers shifted around the chamber. Imperial fists did not move, which was more dangerous. Gilliman stepped between the lines of sight. "Enough." The Lion stared at Dorn. Dorn did not withdraw the words. At last, fealty's energy field faded. "My home is dead," the Lion said. "That does not make your judgment sound." "No, its accuracy does." The Lion's face became unreadable. "We have one demon brother waiting beyond those walls. Let us avoid providing him with 3. The strategic dispute proved no gentler. Gilliman placed his forces along the southern approaches. The supply artery must be preserved. Establish layered convoy routes between the remaining stable Mandeville points. Reinforce the core worlds and prevent isolation. The Lion identified the remote anchors supporting the Infinite Citadel. Strike the commanders. Destroy the anchor nodes before Perturabo can adjust. The fortress will become blind and disordered. Dorn moved enemy formations deeper into Calistin. We allow him to advance. Gilliman stared at the projection. He has already destroyed a moon and compromised the inner bastions. He believes his contradiction engine has invalidated fixed defense. That belief will draw him farther into the system. You intend to close the fortress around him? Yes. With our surviving worlds as the walls. With everything available. The image of Geryon burned between them. Gilliman looked at the casualty rune. You destroyed the hive. I detonated the Prometheum reserve beneath it. There were more than 4 billion Imperial subjects inside. 4,182,911,000 confirmed. The true figure was likely higher by 12 million. The ease with which Dorn recited the number made Gilliman's anger colder. You remember every death. I remember the calculation. You burned civilians, wounded soldiers, and your own defenders to kill an enemy concentration. Yes. Monstrous. Dorn looked directly at him. Yes. The alternatives were worse. You govern an imperium that survives by asking others to commit atrocities you prefer not to witness. Gilliman's fist struck the hololithic table. Light fractured around his gauntlet. You mistake reluctance for blindness. No, I mistake delegation for distance. I have ordered exterminations. Then do not pretend horror makes you innocent. Gilliman felt the Emperor's sword burning at his side. For a heartbeat he wanted to draw it, not from intent to kill, but from the ancient fury of brothers who knew each wound another carried and understood exactly where to strike. The Lion spoke softly. He is wrong to call you innocent. Gilliman turned toward him. He is also wrong to believe cruelty becomes wisdom merely because he can enumerate its benefits. Dorn said nothing. The Lion looked upon Geryon. Dead men do not confirm projections. No, Dorn replied. Living worlds do. Shield Captain Reel entered before the dispute could sharpen further. He carried a message sealed by the Senatorum Imperialis. The High Lords require clarification of your intent, the custodian said to Dorn. My intent is visible. They fear the 7th Legion Crusade host, may be used beyond this theater. Fear is not intelligence. They ask whether you intend to march upon terror. Dorn looked at the custodian as though he had reported a malfunctioning latrine. The Great Rift is consuming mankind. Perturabo is constructing a fortress capable of severing the Nachmund gauntlet. If Terra's rulers possess time to fear me, they occupy offices better given to soldiers. Several Munitorum authorities recoiled. Real's guardian spear shifted by a fraction. The Senatorum is not yours to dismiss. Everything obstructing survival is mine to dismiss. Guilliman raised one hand. The High Lords will receive a formal declaration establishing the Crusade host as a temporary theatre formation under joint strategic authority. Dorn looked at him. Joint? Yes. That will slow command. It will prevent civil war. Civil war has already occurred. I remember. The words stopped both of them. An alarm sounded beyond the council chamber. Red lumen strips ignited along the bulkheads. Plasma transfer fault, reported a serf at the command station. Junction Aurelius, possible overload. Maintenance crews appeared through the eastern passage, moving toward the affected decks. Other serfs fled in the opposite direction as emergency doors began closing. Dorn watched them. One crew continued toward the strategium. They carried insulated tools and wore the grey robes of plasma engineers. Their overseer shouted for passage, claiming orders from the reactor sanctum. Dorn left the council without explanation. The maintenance crew saw him approach. 5 serfs fell to their knees. The 6th ran. He moved against the evacuation flow, dropped his equipment case, and reached inside his robes. Dorn caught him before any weapon appeared. The Primarch lifted the serf by the throat and drove him into the bulkhead. The man's chest collapsed between Dorn's augmetic hand and the iron wall. Ribs broke inward. Blood erupted from his mouth. Dorn pressed harder until the sternum shattered and the lungs burst beneath the pressure. The disguise failed with the body. Scaled tattoos surfaced beneath synthetic skin. A compact detonation trigger fell from the assassin's hand. Dorn tore open the man's robes. Something hard lay beneath the crushed breastbone. He drove metal fingers into the ruined chest and pulled the ribs apart. Blood, lung tissue, and fragments of heart slid across his gauntlet. Buried beside the assassin's spine was a small token shaped as a 3-headed serpent. The Hydra. The Alpha Legionary agent died, while Dorn held the symbol before his eyes. The plasma junction stabilized minutes later. The overload had been induced to empty the passages and draw command personnel toward a secondary evacuation route already seeded with explosives. The Lion examined the token. You were correct about the infiltration. I was correct that your secrecy did not prevent it. The Lion almost smiled. Do not exhaust the novelty of my agreement. They returned to the strategium. The final plan required all 3 philosophies. Guilliman would command the southern approach. His battle group would stabilize the supply artery, establish protected convoy routes, and prevent the Iron Warriors from isolating the inner worlds. The Lion would enter the shadowed paths between real space and the forest that followed him. Dark Angel's strike forces would emerge at the Citadel's distant anchors, destroy their command nodes, and vanish before Perturabo could concentrate against them. Dorn would hold the center. He would allow the Iron Warriors to commit themselves deeper into Calistin, then close the system's remaining fortress lines behind them. The Phalanx and the 7th Legion Crusade host would drive directly toward the Infinite Citadel. Perturabo would be forced to look at Dorn. The 3 Primarchs stood alone after the commanders departed. Beyond the viewing ports, Calistin burned. Ships crossed the void like sparks around a furnace. The Infinite Citadel remained fixed against the Great Rift, blacker than the darkness surrounding it. Guilliman stood beside Dorn. Do you intend to survive this plan? That is not a condition of victory. The Lion looked at him. For all Dorn's discipline, he recognized what lay beneath it. The same fury that had driven the Praetorian into the iron cage. The same need to pay for old failures with his own flesh and the lives of every son willing to follow him. Martyrdom, the lion said, is merely failure wearing a noble face. Dorn watched the fortress of Perturabo. Then I will ensure the face belongs to him. Dorn attacked before Perturabo had finished measuring the damage done to Callistin. The order passed through the Imperial fleet without preamble. Reactor furnaces climbed to war output. Void shields rose. Ammunition lifts began carrying macro shells from armored magazines to gun decks crowded with sweating crews and lobotomized loading servitors. 600 warships advanced behind the phalanx. Imperial Navy battleships and cruisers formed the principal line. Mechanicus vessels moved among them like iron cathedrals, their red hulls crowded with weapon arrays and antennae that chanted to one another in binharic bursts. Chapter battle barges took position along the flanks. Mass conveyors followed in protected columns, their cavernous holds filled with soldiers, tanks, prefabricated fortifications, and enough shells to bury cities. Converted civilian hulls occupied the foremost reserve. Pilgrim vessels, ore haulers and grain carriers had been stripped of shrines, cargo machinery, and unnecessary life support. Their holds were packed with torpedoes. Their crews consisted of servitors, condemned ratings, and officers who had been told that recovery was not part of their mission. Attack craft launched in such numbers that the tactical engines ceased assigning individual runes. Fury interceptors, Starhawk bombers, Thunderhawks, Storm Ravens, and gunships poured from carrier decks. Thousands became tens of thousands. Their formations crossed and divided until the void between the two fleets resembled a sky filled with predatory insects. Admiral Caradoc Pell watched from the command throne of the battleship Indomitable Will. The augmetics covering the left side of his face transmitted fleet data directly into his brain. Range estimates, drive outputs, shield strength, and casualty projections passed across his vision in ordered columns. Beneath them, older systems whispered prayers to the ship's machine spirit. "Enemy line holding," reported the Master of Augurs. Pell studied the Iron Warriors formation. Perturabo's vessels had arranged themselves around the Infinite Citadel's nearest tower. Grand cruisers formed layers of overlapping fire. Carrier hulks remained behind them. Siege barges occupied the central approaches, their prows reinforced to survive direct collision with Imperial ships. "They expect caution," Pell said. His flag lieutenant looked toward him. "The Praetorian does not." The phalanx accelerated. The Star Fortress moved through the Imperial formation with the terrible inertia of a moon torn free from orbit. Its drives burned across thousands of kilometers. Ancient weapon apertures opened along its surface. Batteries dormant since before the heresy rotated toward the enemy. Dorn stood within its central strategium. The system burned around him in hololithic light. Every Imperial vessel occupied a place in the formation he had constructed. None were merely present. Each possessed a purpose, a line of advance, and an appointed manner of death. "Range threshold approaching," Decian reported. "Hold." Enemy weapons opened first. Lance beams crossed the void. Their passage turned dust and gas into incandescent scars. The leading Imperial escorts disappeared inside explosions bright enough to blind unshielded observers. Iron Warriors' macro cannon fired in disciplined waves, shells large enough to destroy Hab districts accelerating across the darkness. The phalanx took the barrage. Its void shields flared. Light engulfed the fortress until it appeared as a second sun. Energy bled across the shield layers in burning continents. Several failed, exposing armor beneath. Macro shells struck the hull and excavated craters hundreds of meters wide. Entire defense towers vanished. Thousands of crew died before understanding that their decks had been breached. Dorn watched damage markers multiply. "Maintain course." The Imperial fleet obeyed. At the calculated range, Nova cannon fired, the weapons discharged with the violence of caged stars. Projectiles crossed the battle space faster than mortal senses could track, then detonated among the Iron Warriors. One shell opened a hole kilometers wide through the center of the traitor formation. Escorts vanished. A grand cruiser broke along its spine. Its bow continued forward, while the stern rotated away, spilling atmosphere, bodies and burning machinery between the halves. Imperial lance batteries followed. Beams peeled armor from Iron Warriors' vessels in glowing sheets. Gun decks opened to vacuum. Crewmen were torn from ruptured compartments, their bodies tumbling among shell casings and fragments of devotional ironwork. The traitors answered. A Mechanicus cruiser lost its shields beneath concentrated fire. The next salvo entered its reactor decks. The ship's machine spirit screamed through every allied noospheric channel as plasma containment failed. Red hull plates bulged outward. Towers tore free. The cruiser became a sphere of white flame containing more than 200,000 souls. Pell did not look away. "Advance pattern remains unchanged," he ordered. Boarding torpedoes crossed between the fleets. Point defense filled the void with tracer fire, flak bursts and laser grids. Torpedoes burst apart by the hundreds. Armored prows split open. Space Marines, naval armsmen and servitors were scattered into vacuum before reaching their targets. Others struck. Black Templars boarding craft penetrated an enemy carrier and disgorged crusaders into its hangar decks. Their chainswords ignited before the assault ramps finished lowering. Crimson fists fired from the torpedo hulls themselves, killing defenders through viewports and firing slits before breaching charges opened the way. Warships died around them. Hundreds of thousands remained trapped inside each one. Men burned in compartments whose doors had sealed against them. Ratings fought over void suits, while smoke filled the decks. Ammunition workers continued loading guns after learning that the stern had been severed from the vessel. Priests screamed litanies through Vox systems until fire consumed the transmission chambers. The phalanx continued forward. Dorn had placed it at the immovable center of the Imperial assault. Every enemy commander could see it. Every gun captain understood what its destruction would mean. The Iron Warriors concentrated upon it. Their formation adjusted. That was what Dorn required. "Flank squadrons," he said. "Advance." The wreckage of Callistin Tertius moved. Imperial ships emerged from behind fragments of the destroyed moon, drives concealed until the final moment. Cruisers and attack craft broke from the debris and struck the exposed flanks of the traitor line. Torpedoes entered engine clusters. Lance fire cut through armor already weakened by the advance. One Iron Warrior's Grand Cruiser attempted to turn and received a full broadside through its exposed ventral hull. Macro shells traveled from one side of the vessel to the other, bursting through decks crowded with slaves and legionary armories. The cruiser rolled, burning from 100 wounds. Each time the Iron Warriors corrected, another concealed squadron emerged. Dawn had turned the corpse of the moon into a fleet ambush. Pell watched the enemy being channeled toward the center. Then he saw the sacrifice hidden within the design. Navy formations designated Bastion Iron, Bastion Ash, and Bastion Martyr occupied the forward approaches. Their ships had suffered catastrophic shield loss. Several were venting atmosphere from half their decks. One cruiser possessed no functioning engines and continued moving only through the momentum of the advance. Dorn ordered them to maintain station. Pell understood. The damaged vessels were not expected to survive. They were physical walls. Their hulls would obstruct the enemy's withdrawal and force the traitor ships into narrow fire corridors already ranged by Imperial guns. A captain's voice entered Pell's command channel. "This is the Resolute Saint. Our shields are gone. Reactor deck burning. Request permission to break formation." Pell examined the tactical projection. If the cruiser moved, 3 enemy vessels would escape the channel. "Denied." Silence answered him. Then the captain spoke again. "Understood." The Resolute Saint held position. Iron Warrior's lance fire cut through its bow. Compartments opened to the void. Thousands of crew were sucked through wounds in the hull, bodies colliding with armor and one another as atmosphere escaped. The captain continued transmitting. Forward decks lost. Gun crews firing locally. Fire has reached the secondary magazine. Pell listened. Maintain station. Aye, Lord. The secondary magazine detonated. The cruiser's middle decks expanded outward. Armor plates tore free. Burning men and molten shells filled the void around it. The wreck remained in place long enough to force an Iron Warrior's battleship toward the waiting guns of the phalanx. The fortress fired. Macro batteries struck the battleship from prow to stern. Its void shields collapsed. The final salvo penetrated the command spine and turned the bridge into a furnace of metal, blood, and pulverized bone. Pell received another report. Bastion Ash reports uncontrolled plasma fire. Hold position. Crew survival probability is negligible. That was not the order transmitted. The formation held. Captains reported decks opening to vacuum, reactor shielding cracking, and men burning alive around command thrones. Pell obeyed Dorn's design, while every death passed through his command channels. Rank was measured by usefulness. His usefulness was the capacity to order men to remain where they would die. The successor chapters entered the battle according to their nature. Black. Templars struck first and deepest. Their battle barges closed to murderous range, accepting armor damage to launch boarding waves into the heart of the enemy line. Crusaders fought beneath oaths, broadcast across ship channels, killing with blades, hammers, and bolt pistols in corridors lit by reactor fires. Crimson Fists preserved distance where possible. Their gunships crippled engines and command decks. Their marksmen occupied captured towers and killed officers through layers of smoke, shattered machinery, and fleeing slaves. Excoriators held every breach assigned to them. One company lost more than half its warriors when Iron Warrior's Terminators penetrated their strike cruiser. The survivors formed a wall in the central transit deck and refused passage. They fought after ammunition failed, after blades broke, and after the dead obstructed movement. By the time relief reached them, fewer than 20 remained standing amid hundreds of corpses. Executioners entered captured gun decks and transformed them into slaughterhouses. They killed the weapon crews, then killed the officers hiding among the machinery. Captured traitors were dragged beneath descending ammunition rams and crushed into steaming paste against loading plates. The Imperial Fists coordinated the killing. Teleport beacons appeared inside command nodes. Fire missions struck seconds before assault forces arrived. Strongpoints were isolated, measured, and reduced without haste. Every breach became a route for the next attack. Dorn selected the Grand Cruiser, Unbroken Calculus. Its reactor signature matched the command architecture recovered from the Sword of Sacrilege. Warsmith Croven Malk was aboard. The boarding torpedo carrying the Primarch struck beneath the cruiser's dorsal batteries. Its armored prow penetrated 6 bulkheads before stopping. Explosive bolts fired. The assault doors fell outward. Lysander emerged first. The restored Huskarl formation advanced behind rampart and a wall of storm shields. Storm bolters fired through measured gaps. Iron Warriors died before their weapons cleared the smoke. Dawn followed. Massed bolter fire struck the shields. Explosions filled the passage. One Huskarl lost his arm at the shoulder. Another took a shell through the knee and continued advancing while bone fragments ground inside his armor. Dawn looked beyond them. Open ranks. Lysander turned. Lord, the fire corridor is not secure. It will not become secure while you obstruct my advance. The Huskarls separated. Dawn walked between them. Bolter rounds struck the auric armor. One burst against his collar. Another tore through the plate above his ribs and detonated within the underlying muscle. Blood ran down his side. He did not slow. An Iron Warrior charged with a chain axe raised overhead. Dawn caught the weapon in the unyielding hand. The chain teeth screamed against adamantium. Sparks flooded the corridor. The traitor pulled backward. Dawn tightened his grip. The axe housing collapsed. He seized the Iron Warrior's wrist and tore the arm from its socket. Cables, tendons, and strips of flesh stretched, then broke. Blood sprayed from beneath the shoulder guard. The legionary staggered. Dorn drove the exposed humerus through the visor of the warrior beside him. Bone penetrated lens, eye, and brain. The second traitor collapsed with the severed arm lodged through his skull. Dorn struck the first across the face with his augmetic fist and caved the helmet inward. The boarding force advanced into the cruiser's manufactoria. Human slaves had been fused into ammunition machinery. Some possessed torsos and heads, but no limbs. Their spines entered loading mechanisms. Others had been reduced to brains, lungs, and nerve tissue housed within iron frames. They screamed whenever macro shells moved along the rails, because the machines used pain as confirmation of function. One slave reached toward Lysander. His fingers ended in cables. "Kill me," he begged. Bolter fire answered from the far gantry. The slave's chest burst. The shell continued through him and detonated inside an iron warrior behind the loading rail. Flesh and armor spread across the machinery together. The Imperial fists returned fire. More slaves died. Stormbolter bursts tore apart bodies wired into targeting stations. Blood flooded data ports. Severed heads remained alive inside suspension cages, mouths opening and closing around. Please, no warrior could hear over the guns. Dorn did not stop. The reactor must be taken before withdrawal begins. Lysander saw the slaves watching them pass. Some remain recoverable. They are not the objective. The words contained no pleasure and no hesitation. The manufactoria burned behind them. Malk waited inside the reactor sanctum. His iron warriors formed concentric lines around the central plasma containment tower. Havocs occupied gantries. Obliterators stood near the coolant trenches, weapons growing from their arms in wet metallic blooms. The first exchange killed 6 warriors. Plasma fire vaporized one Huskarl from the waist upward. His legs continued forward before toppling into the coolant trench. An obliterator's cannon burst Brother Kalis open, spraying organs across Lysander's shield. Lysander reached Malk through the smoke. The warsmith's servo arms struck from 3 directions. Rampart blocked the graviton crusher. The shield's field flared and failed. A surgical blade opened Lysander's shoulder plate. The fist of Dorn descended. The thunder hammer struck Malk's right leg. Armor shattered. Bone and augmetics collapsed together. The warsmith fell to one knee. The second blow destroyed the left leg. Malk hit the deck, his lower body reduced to twisted metal wrapped in pulped flesh. Lysander planted one boot upon his chest. "Alive," Dorn ordered. The firing ended by degrees. Malk laughed through blood. Dorn approached him. "Do you remember the oubliette?" the warsmith asked. "Do you remember centuries of darkness folding around a single breath?" Dorn ignored the question. Malk's smile widened. Perturabo watched every failure. "The Citadel's material anchor is not within the visible tower," Dorn said. The smile altered, only slightly. Dorn saw it. The tower projects through a secondary mass. A mobile body, heavily shielded, positioned behind the northern fleet. Malk said nothing. The sacrificed vessels conceal its drive wake. The warsmith's remaining servo arm twitched. Dorn continued reconstructing the plan aloud. The contradiction engine requires a stable material reference. The reference cannot remain within the warp structure because the engine alters local geometry. It must be external, movable, and protected by expendable formations. Malk stared up at him. Dorn named 3 possible coordinates. The warsmith reacted to the second. His pupils narrowed. A muscle moved along his broken jaw. Dorn transmitted the location to the fleet. Malk spat blood across the Primarch's boot. "You learned nothing in the cage. I learned you speak when silence would serve you better. The coordinates will not save you. They were not required to save me." Malk laughed again. "Our father will peel your fortress from the inside. He will make your sons watch you fail." Dorn raised the unyielding hand. "Then you have completed your function." He struck once. Malk's head disappeared beneath the blow. The deck cratered. Armor, skull, and brain became a flattened mass between Dorn's fist and the iron floor. The captured coordinates passed across the Imperial fleet. Fire converged upon the hidden anchor. Lance beams stripped its shields. Torpedoes opened its armor. The structure emerged from behind the Iron Warriors' line, a black mass of engines, pylons, and chained flesh. The traitor formation broke. Imperial voices filled the Vox with declarations of victory. Dorn silenced the channels. He studied the retreat. The enemy losses were too ordered. Ships withdrew at exact intervals. Captured magazines aboard the unbroken Calculus contained less ammunition than its deployment required. "They came prepared to be destroyed," he said. Pell heard the words aboard the indomitable Will. Then the dead fleet awakened. Hundreds of wrecked Iron Warriors vessels detonated along a geometric line. Reactors ruptured in sequence. Dying crews, enslaved machine spirits, and demon-bound engines were consumed together. Their destruction fed the contradiction engine. The great rift widened above Calistin. Reality split like flesh beneath a blade. Blood-red light poured through the wound. Stars vanished behind shapes moving in the immaterium. Something vast pressed against the opening. Its outline filled the bleeding sky. Dorn watched it begin to emerge. The counteroffensive had broken the first enemy line. Perturabo had used the corpses to open the gate. The sky opened before Sergeant Darren Holt could finish killing the man beside him. Trooper Calder had begun speaking in a voice that did not belong inside a human throat. His lips had split to the ears. Black saliva streamed down his chin, and the tendons in his neck stood rigid as he chanted words that made the bunker walls sweat blood. Holt struck him across the mouth with his lasgun. Calder laughed. His tongue divided into 3 glistening lengths. Each moved independently, shaping syllables older than mankind. The sound drove needles of pain through Holt's eyes. "Hold him!" 2 guardsmen seized Calder's arms. Calder tore free with strength no ordinary soldier possessed. One man's fingers remained caught in the sleeve of his uniform after the arm holding them had been wrenched from the shoulder. Blood jetted across the command table. The second soldier went down beneath Calder's hands, thumbs plunging into his eye sockets. Holt drove his bayonet upward beneath Calder's jaw. The blade entered the mouth, punched through the palate, and emerged from the top of the skull. Calder continued chanting. Holt twisted the rifle until the dead man's face split around the steel. Only then did the voice stop. The bunker shook. Dust fell from the ceiling. Tactical lumens burst. The armored walls bowed inward as though a colossal pressure had descended upon the surface of Calistin Prime. Holt dragged the bayonet free. Beyond the observation slit, reality ruptured. The heavens peeled apart like flayed skin. Clouds stretched into red strands along the wound's edges. Behind them waited a darkness crowded with impossible stars, each burning in colors that made men vomit when they looked upon them. Vast eyes opened inside the breach. Teeth larger than hive towers pressed against the torn sky from the other side. Something breathed. The atmosphere expanded and contracted with it. Across Calistin Prime, astropathic sanctums became slaughterhouses. Choir masters burst inside their thrones. Skulls split along old surgical seams. Brains and burning soul matter sprayed across attendants before the bodies ignited. Astropaths tore free of restraint frames and ran blindly through sanctified halls, clawing their own faces into strips to escape visions embedded behind their eyes. Soldiers without psychic wards looked upward. Some screamed until their throats ruptured. Some dropped their weapons and began gouging at their eyes with fingers, knives, and cartridge casings. Men tore globes from sockets and held them out as offerings to the bleeding sky. Entire regiments began chanting. Their mouths reshaped themselves around the language. Teeth pushed outward, jaws dislocated, tongues tore down the center. Thousands spoke in unison, while blood ran from their lips and every syllable widened the breach above them. Then the demons descended. They fell in numbers too great for tactical systems to record. Winged things plunged from the wound, with membranes stretched between exposed finger bones. Horned beasts landed among tank companies and turned steel to screaming flesh beneath their hooves. Figures made from chains and butchered faces crawled down beams of red light, whispering the names of men they had not yet killed. Some wore the dead. Corpses rose from shell fields and moved with the loose, stumbling rhythm of bodies pulled by unseen strings. Dead guardsmen hung around demons like cloaks, their limbs dragged behind the creatures. Their faces remained awake, eyes rolling, mouths begging while the things inside them laughed. Other entities grew from the battlefield itself. A trench filled with the dead began moving. Holt saw it through the bunker slit. The earth bulged. Thousands of corpses shifted against one another. Arms pushed through the mud. Hands gripped armor, roots and living soldiers. The entire trench lifted as a single mountain of fused meat. Heads covered its surface. Some wore helmets. Some had been skinned. Some were no more than jawbones biting at the air. The creature dragged itself forward upon thousands of arms. Broken bodies formed its limbs. Lengths of intestine tightened like muscle beneath its surface. Artillery shells struck and disappeared into the mass. Explosions opened wounds wide enough to expose tanks and bunker fragments embedded within it. Yet the flesh closed around the craters. A basilisk shell burst inside one of its mouths. The mouth spat the shell back. The projectile struck an Imperial position and detonated among its own gunners. "Seal the shutters," Holt shouted. The observation slit closed. A heartbeat later, something hit the outer wall hard enough to split the ferrocrete. The command bunker had once contained 600 men. Fewer than 80 remained. They filled the central chamber with rifles aimed at every door. Ammunition crates had been broken open. Charge packs lay across the floor beside severed limbs, bloodied bandages, and the dead whose bodies could no longer be dragged out. The western doorway opened. It did not reveal the bunker passage. Beyond it lay a desert beneath a green sun. Armored men fought across black dunes while skeletal machines rose from the sand. The door slammed shut. The northern hatch opened onto the inside of a burning void ship. Crewmen tumbled through corridors without gravity. A wall of fire rolled toward the bunker. Holt ordered it closed. The eastern passage opened onto trench-line Mortis on Geryon. The dead still lay there. Holt saw himself among them, face burned away, hands gripping a lasgun whose barrel had melted. He shot the doorway controls. The panel exploded. The door sealed. Reality no longer understood the bunker's shape. Every exit led elsewhere. Corridors stretched across worlds, wars and moments that had not happened. The ventilation grills began whispering. A pale fog entered through them. It moved against the airflow. The vapor coiled around dead men's boots and climbed their bodies. Faces formed inside it. They opened their mouths and released the voices of mothers, brothers, officers, and priests. Holt pointed toward the grills. "Block them." "With what?" a trooper asked. Holt looked at the dead. They cut the corpses apart. Arms were shoved into ventilation shafts. Severed legs were hammered between grill bars with rifle stocks. A headless torso was forced into the largest opening until broken ribs caught in the metal. Blood ran down the walls while the living fog pressed from the other side. The dead began screaming inside the vents. The surviving guardsmen fired until their lasguns overheated. Charge packs swelled and smoked inside the weapon housings. Men wrapped their hands in cloth to keep firing after the rifle grips became hot enough to peel skin away. Former comrades attacked from every shadow. A trooper whose lower body had been crushed beneath falling ferrocrete dragged himself forward on exposed bones. His intestines trailed behind him, moving like worms. Holt shot him through the forehead. The corpse continued crawling. Another soldier thrust a bayonet through its mouth and pinned the head to the floor. The dead man bit down hard enough to sever the bayonet blade. A possessed officer emerged from the command alcove with his chest opened like a pair of doors. Inside his ribcage, a small red thing sat where the heart had been, controlling the corpse by pulling lengths of nerve tissue. Holt fired into the cavity. The lasbolt burned through the creature and ignited the officer's lungs. The corpse stumbled through the chamber, while flames poured from its mouth. Above the planet, the Phalanx received reports that contradicted themselves. Bastions declared total victory, while transmitting footage of their own destruction. Titan maniples reported marching north and arrived from the south. Defense lasers registered direct hits upon targets that did not exist and missed vessels occupying stationary coordinates. Dorn stood inside the Strategium while the fortress shook around him. The planetary Blackstone network had been constructed to suppress warp intrusion. Its pylons were buried throughout Calliston Prime, linked to mantle reactors and command sanctums through systems designed by the Mechanicus and reinforced under Dorn's direction. Now every pylon amplified the breach. Blackstone towers pulsed with diseased light, their null fields inverted. Instead of denying the immaterium, they drew it inward. Demons appeared around them in multiplying hosts. The closer Imperial defenders came to the pylons, the less stable their bodies became. One regiment arrived at the southern complex and found its shadows walking independently. Another force entered a suppression field and aged 3 centuries before reaching the first gate. Dorn absorbed every report. "Can the inversion be stopped?" Guilliman demanded. Mechanicus adepts filled the projection with competing calculations. Binharic arguments overlapped. Probability runes changed faster than mortal minds could follow. Dorn dismissed them. "The network cannot be restored while the contradiction engine remains active. Then isolate it. The infection is distributed across every pylon." Guilliman looked upon the planetary display. "What is the alternative?" Dorn marked the mantle reactors. "Overload the network simultaneously. Force more energy through the pylons than the inversion can contain. The discharge will collapse the breach." A Mechanicus adept rotated 3 mechanical eyes toward him. "Such overload will rupture mantle stability." "Yes." "Continental fracture is inevitable." "Yes." "Atmospheric ignition probability exceeds acceptable parameters." "There are no acceptable parameters." Guilliman saw the casualty projection. 31 billion soldiers remained on Calliston Prime. Billions more civilians crowded the lower hives, shelters and labor vaults. Several Titan maniples continued fighting across the equatorial continents. Hundreds of space marines held the central pylon complexes. All would die. "Run the analysis again," Guilliman ordered. Dorn looked at him. "We have minutes." "Then use them. Every minute permits the breach to become more stable. You are proposing the destruction of an entire world. I am ordering it. You do not command my forces. I command the defense." Guilliman stepped closer. Further analysis. Dorn transmitted the activation order. The Strategium displays turned red. Across Calliston Prime, tech priests received the command to overload the mantle reactors. Several refused. Imperial fists, standing behind them, executed the priests and placed compliant adepts at the controls. Guilliman's face hardened. "You have condemned them without exhausting every option." "No. I have exhausted the time available." The central pylon complex still answered. Chapter Master Gregor Decian appeared through a veil of static. His helm was gone. Blood covered one side of his face. Behind him, Imperial fists fought among machinery that had grown mouths. "Father." Dorn faced the transmission. "Status. Outer rings lost. Contradiction entities have entered the primary conduit halls. We retain the command chamber and 3 reactor links. Hold all 3. We cannot withdraw once the overload begins." "Correct." Decian's expression remained steady. Around him, bolter fire hammered. A warrior fell across the transmission field. His torso opened from shoulder to waist. Something with too many hands pulled the body away. Dorn spoke without softness. "Then hold where I placed you. Your deaths have purpose." Decian struck his fist against his breastplate. "As our father commands." The transmission ended. At the western reactor station, Grimaldus walked through a sea of demons. Black Templars formed around him in a broken spearhead. Their armor was split and blackened. Chainswords snarled without pause, their teeth clogged with bone, horn, and warped flesh. The chaplain's voice rolled across the Vox. "Brothers, hear me. The enemy believes this world belongs to them because they have stained it with their presence. They mistake corruption for possession. They mistake numbers for strength. They mistake our deaths for defeat." A horned demon struck the Templar line. Its axe split one crusader from collar to pelvis. Blood and organs spilled from the armor in steaming ropes. The warrior remained upright long enough to fire his bolt pistol into the creature's face. The shell entered through one eye and burst behind the skull. Grimaldus drove his Crozius into its throat. The demon's neck collapsed. Black fire poured from the wound. Its dissolving body showered the Black Templars in burning blood. They advanced through it. Helbrecht fought beside the chaplain. The sword of the High Marshals moved in arcs of white light. It severed claws, heads, and wings. A demon lunged from a mound of corpses, jaws opening across its entire torso. Helbrecht stepped inside the bite and cut upward. The blade divided the creature through the center. Its halves fell around him, spilling organs that became serpents when they struck the ground. A Templar crushed them beneath his boots. The final reactor station waited beyond a plaza filled with warp fire. Hundreds of demons occupied the approach. Grimaldus raised his Crozius. "Your bodies are the walls. Your faith is the mortar. Your hatred is the weapon upon the battlements. Advance, and let every abomination learn that the Sons of Dawn require no promise of survival." The Black Templars charged. Chainswords met claws. Power mauls shattered skulls. Bolt pistols fired against bodies so close that explosions coated the Crusaders in pieces of their enemies. A demon tore one Templar's head free and drank from the stump. Helbrecht cut both its arms away, seized it by a horn, and drove the sword of the High Marshals through its open mouth until the blade emerged from between its legs. Grimaldus reached the reactor gate. Only a fraction of the Crusaders reached it with him. At the central pylon complex, Decian's line began to fail. Demon engines entered the conduit hall on limbs of rusted iron. Their bodies contained the fused remains of tanks, artillery crews, and screaming servitors. One possessed a head constructed from 3 Vindicator siege shields, each opening like a jaw around rotating teeth. Imperial fists fired from barricades of broken machinery. Bolter shells burst against corrupted armor. Lascanon beams cut limbs away. The engines continued advancing, crushing dead and wounded alike beneath their weight. Dorn entered the hall through a collapsing blast door. He came alone. Storm's teeth roared in his right hand. The unyielding hand closed around the broken door and tore it from its mount. Dorn hurled the slab through a demon host. Bodies vanished beneath the impact, reduced to black blood and shattered bone. The largest demon engine charged him. Its triple jaw opened. Dorn stepped into it. Metal teeth closed around his torso. They bit through the auric armor and drove into flesh. Blood ran from the seams. The engine lifted him. Dorn drove the unyielding hand between the jaw plates. Gravitic locks engaged. He pulled. The jaw tore free in a storm of cables, metal and flayed human tissue. The engine screamed through every dead face fused into its hull. Dorn turned the severed jaw and drove its longest fang through the machine's reactor casing. The core ruptured. Burning coolant erupted across him. The demon engine convulsed and split open. Men trapped inside its ammunition chambers spilled out in pieces, some still alive, skins fused to brass loading chains. Dorn walked through the coolant fire. Blood and superheated fluid ran from the cracks in his armor. "Reactor status," he demanded. A tech priest raised a half-melted face. "Primary sequence delayed. Conduit damage requires manual synchronization." "How long?" 3 minutes. Dorn looked toward the broken defense line. "You have them." The Primarch stood before the reactor controls. Demons filled the hall. Decian took position beside him. Father and son did not speak. They killed. The overload began across Calistin Prime. Mantle reactors opened their containment systems. Plasma descended into blackstone conduits. The pylons glowed from within, first crimson, then white. Continents fractured. Fault lines crossed hive cities. Towers fell into openings that extended toward the planet's core. Oceans poured into them and became steam before reaching the darkness below. The atmosphere ignited. White fire raced across the world. Billions vanished. Infantry armies became shadows, etched into melting stone. Titans stood for seconds inside the blaze, armor running from their bodies before reactor hearts detonated. Hives collapsed into their foundations. Shelters became furnaces. Men died with lungs full of flame. The Blackstone network discharged. Demons screamed as the warp was torn from them. Their bodies stretched toward the breach. Claws raked trenches. Horns gouged mountainsides. Creatures large enough to crush cities were dragged upward piece by piece, their flesh unraveling into burning strands. The corpse mountain outside Holt's bunker split apart. Thousands of bodies rose screaming into the sky. The ground beneath the bunker broke. Holt felt the world fall away. The entire command complex was thrown upward inside a slab of continental crust. Men struck the ceiling. Bodies burst against metal. The bunker rotated through fire, stone, and boiling atmosphere. Holt saw stars through the shattered observation slit. Then Callistin Prime dropped away beneath him. The continent fragment reached the upper atmosphere with the bunker buried inside it. Gravity weakened. Blood, weapons, and pieces of men floated through the chamber. Holt clung to a support brace. Below, the world burned white. The breach contracted. Aboard the Phalanx, the planetary rune changed from contested to dead. No one spoke. Callistin Prime had become a glowing corpse. Its continents were broken. Its oceans were vapor. Ash, stone, and bodies formed a ring around the ruined world. Dorn stood in the strategium, while blood leaked from his armor onto the deck. The Great Rift still writhed above the system, but the path through which Perturabo's reinforcements had entered was closing. "How long?" he asked. A Mechanicus adept answered. "Approximately 9 hours before the enemy establishes an alternative conduit." Dorn looked toward the infinite citadel. Gilliman stared at the dead planet. "The armies require time. They have 9 hours. They require rest, rearmament, and casualty consolidation. They require victory. Billions have just died, and more will die if the window closes." Dorn transmitted the order to every surviving vessel, chapter detachment, Titan cohort, and regiment capable of movement. The offensive would continue. Warships were to reform while damaged. Assault forces were to reload during transit. The exhausted sons of the 7th Legion would prepare to enter the infinite citadel. There would be no mourning. Not yet. Dorn watched the enemy fortress hanging beyond the corpse of Callistin Prime. Begin the invasion. The breach was dying when the Phalanx entered it. Warp fire crawled across the star fortress in continent-wide storms. Its void shields failed and reignited in overlapping layers, each collapse exposing armor old enough to remember the Great Crusade. Macro batteries fired without pause into the shrinking wound above Callistin Prime, not at enemy vessels, but at the edges of reality itself. Every discharge widened the corridor for another heartbeat. The guns were killing the fortress that carried them. Crew decks split under recoil. Loading mechanisms ruptured. Macro shells detonated inside magazines, turning thousands of ratings into vapor and bone fragments driven through bulkheads. Damage control cohorts sealed burning compartments with men still trapped inside, because extinguishing the fire mattered more than preserving the crews. The Phalanx continued firing. Behind it came the Sons of Dawn. Battle barges drove through the collapsing warp passage with armor burning. Thunderhawks crossed between them in dense assault formations, engines screaming as impossible winds threw gunships sideways. Assault rams struck the infinite citadel's outer skin. Teleport beacons vanished into black towers and returned signals from locations that could not exist. The fortress appeared no larger than a system from outside. Within, it contained distances greater than the Callistin star's orbit. Rogal Dorn stood upon the command deck of the assault barge, unyielding purpose, while the vessel entered a gate shaped from interlocking iron jaws. The opening closed behind it, severing the view of real space. The forward oculus showed a horizon. There should have been no horizon inside a structure. An iron plane stretched beneath a sky of rotating gears. Towers rose upside down from clouds of blood. Chains larger than hive cities crossed the darkness, vanishing into wounds of light. Far below, stars burned beneath transparent flooring, as though the citadel had built itself around a captive galaxy. The tactical display failed. Distances contradicted themselves. One bastion registered 10 kilometers away, then 8,000, then within the assault barge's hull. Weapon servitors began reciting targeting solutions against friendly vessels. Dorn shut the display down. Visual command only, he ordered. No machine-derived range is to be trusted, unless confirmed by 3 independent sources. Tor Garadon stood beside the primary plotting table, the hand of defiance locked around the rail. His surviving command staff occupied manual stations around him. Several wore blood-stained robes over cracked armor. One officer had lost both legs during the passage and remained wired into his command throne because no replacement possessed his knowledge of the assault plan. Garadon looked toward the impossible fortress. "This is the cage." "No," Dorn said. "This is the invitation." The order passed through the 7th Legion Crusade host. Siege cohorts separated from the invasion column. Imperial fists formed the central reduction forces. They carried boarding shields, grav cannons, heavy melter charges, and breaching drills large enough to open Titan armor. Centurion warsuits walked at the head of each formation, their siege drills rotating, hurricane bolters tracking the darkness. Black Templars advanced in Crusader wedges. Swords remained drawn. Chaplains moved among them, binding every warrior to vows of hatred, endurance, and vengeance. Land raiders entered the first causeways behind them, tracks grinding across iron that bled beneath their weight. Their lascannons fired into demon-forged gates. Terminators vanished in bursts of teleport light and reappeared inside gun chambers where possessed artillery crews were already turning weapons toward the Imperial fleet. Dorn transmitted the final assault geometry. Garadon studied it. Blackstone charges had already been placed at critical nodes throughout the citadel. Some had entered aboard captured Iron Warriors vessels. Others had been hidden within the wreckage of sacrificed Imperial ships. Covert teams had carried fragments through corrupted supply routes, uncovered during the fighting on Geryon. Even the destruction of Callistin Prime had driven overloaded Blackstone energy into the Citadel's material foundations. Every retreat had left something behind. Every lost defense line had provided a firing coordinate. Every world Dorn had allowed Perturabo to break had become part of the counter-siege. Garadon looked at his gene-father. "You expected another iron cage. I expected Perturabo to believe I feared one. The destroyed worlds were bait. They were fortifications expended for effect. Billions died." "Yes." Garadon absorbed the answer without flinching. Dorn enlarged the hand-drawn geometry upon the plotting glass. "Perturabo required me to behave as memory dictated. Guilt, endurance, defensive fixation. He built his structure around the assumption that I would accept his terms. And now? Now he learns that memory is not command authority." The first Imperial cohort reached the outer bastion. The citadel answered. Walls moved. A passage containing 3 squads of Imperial fists narrowed without warning. Ceramite shoulder plates struck one another. Warriors attempted to reverse, but the wall behind them had already sealed. Pressure increased. Armor cracked. One battle brother's breastplate collapsed into his lungs. Blood flooded his helm. Another tried to brace both walls with a power fist and chain fist. His arms broke at the elbows before the mechanisms failed. The corridor continued closing. 30 Space Marines became a single compressed mass of yellow plate, shattered bones, and pulped organs. Blood was forced through armor joints in high-pressure jets. The walls met with a wet grinding sound, then withdrew. Nothing living remained between them. Elsewhere, the floor opened beneath an excoriator's formation. Rotating teeth filled the pit. The first warriors fell intact. The grinders caught their boots, dragged them down and tore through greaves, legs, and pelvises. Bodies jammed the machinery. More Astartes landed upon them and were pulled beneath. Severed arms rotated between iron teeth. Chainswords continued running after the hands holding them had been cut away. Gun ports appeared behind the Imperial advance. Possessed defense lasers fired before officers could turn. A beam crossed an entire Crimson Fists company. Armor became vapor. Warriors at the center ceased to exist. Those near the edges were opened by heat, flesh and organs exploding outward as moisture flashed into steam. Garradon's command staff received the losses through fragmentary Vox reports. Cohort Tertius reduced by 2/3. Executioners breach force no longer responding. Eastern Land Raider column has entered the same junction 3 times. The wounded officer in the command throne coughed blood across the plotting table. Retreat routes remain open. Dorn heard him. No retreat. Garradon looked toward the Primarch. Several cohorts can still withdraw to the outer ring. The Citadel adapts to every traversed path. Withdrawal forces them through killing zones already calibrated to their armor and tactics. They may die advancing. They will die retreating without gaining ground. Dorn transmitted new orders. The dead were to be used as construction material. Imperial fists stacked bodies across trapped floors until the weight triggered every mechanism. Dead Astartes, serfs, and auxilia became ramps over grinding pits. Severed limbs were packed into pressure seams to prevent walls from sealing. Wrecked dreadnoughts were chained to land raiders and pushed ahead as mobile cover. One dreadnought remained conscious. Its sarcophagus had been split by defense laser fire. Blood leaked from the amniotic coffin, and the ancient warrior's ruined flesh showed through the crack. "Continue," the dreadnought demanded. A land raider pushed him into the next gun corridor. Enemy fire struck the wreck. Las beams carved through armor already filled with the remains of centuries. The dreadnought fired until its assault cannon exploded. Its last Vox transmission was a single word. "Advance!" High Marshal Helbrecht entered the Hall of Calculation beneath a rain of molten iron. Black Templars fought around him. The Crusader formation had narrowed to a knot of sword-bearing warriors surrounded by demon engines and iron warriors. Then the Iron Circle came. The battle automata marched from the walls in imitation of Perturabo's ancient guardians. Their bodies were heavier than Contemptor dreadnoughts, plated in black iron and bound with chains of burning script. Demonic faces moved beneath transparent armor. Graviton mauls hung from their fists. The first automaton struck. A Templar raised his storm shield. The Graviton field activated before impact. The Space Marine flattened inside his armor. His breastplate collapsed against his spine. Blood erupted from his visor and every joint seal. The empty shape of the armor remained standing for a heartbeat, containing nothing but broken bone and liquid flesh. Another Iron Circle warrior swept its maul through the Crusader line. 3 Templars left the deck. One struck a pillar hard enough to burst. His torso opened, coating the stone in organs and fragments of black plate. Another landed beneath the automaton's foot. Helbrecht charged. The sword of the High Marshal struck the machine's knee. The blade opened armor but failed to sever the joint. The automaton brought its maul down. Helbrecht rolled beneath the blow. The deck imploded where he had stood. He climbed the machine. One hand caught a chain hanging from its torso. The other drove the sword through a shoulder linkage. Demonic blood sprayed across his helm and ignited. The automaton struck at him with its free hand. Helbrecht released the chain, dropped beneath the blow, and drove both boots against the machine's chest. He landed upon its back, seized the edge of the cranial armor and tore upward. The housing opened, Human brains filled the cavity. Dozens had been wired together, packed within nutrient gel, and connected through silver nails. Some were adult. Others were small enough to have belonged to children. Every exposed cortex convulsed beneath the light. The mouths of the machine were their screams translated through iron. Helbrecht drove the sword of the High Marshals into the brain mass. The blade passed through tissue, cabling, and bone fragments. Electricity arced across the chamber. The automaton staggered, while the brains burst around the sword in a grey-red slurry. Helbrecht tore the blade free. The Iron Circle warrior collapsed. "By Sigismund's oath," he said, "break them." The Black Templars fell upon the remaining machines. Deeper within the citadel, memory became another weapon. Imperial fists saw the iron cage around them. The halls changed into the broken wastes of Sebastus IV. Dead warriors appeared upon the battlements, armor marked with the heraldry of the old legion. They pointed at the living and spoke with mouths full of blood. "Pride killed us. Your father spent us." The wall demanded nothing. He demanded everything. Some Imperial fists fired upon the visions. Bolter shells passed through them and struck brothers beyond. Others stopped advancing, hearing the voices of commanders dead for 10 millennia. Dorn heard Sigismund. His first captain stood within a shattered gate, black sword in hand, blood running from the wound Abaddon had given him. "You called faith weakness." Dorn continued walking. "You cast me away because I became what mankind required." The vision followed. "You spent your sons to punish yourself." Dorn's augmetic hand tightened around Storm's teeth. He recognized the projection as a weapon. It possessed no independent truth. It had been constructed from memory, guilt, and the data Perturabo had gathered within the oubliette. Yet false voices could speak true words. Dorn had rejected Sigismund. He had carried rage into the iron cage and paid for it with the bodies of his sons. He had spent lives throughout Calistin with a calculation so absolute that remorse had become irrelevant. The Sigismund vision raised the black sword. "How many walls must mankind build around your shame?" Dorn swung Storm's teeth. The chain blade passed through the vision and tore into the citadel wall behind it. Black iron split. Cables screamed. The illusion dissolved. "Memory is evidence," Dorn said, "not authority." He advanced. 3 battle barges became trapped within the outer rings. The Bastion Eternal, the Fist of Rin, and the Oath Unbroken reported that every route had sealed. Demon-forged chains wrapped their hulls. Boarding swarms entered through gun decks. More than 200,000 crew and hundreds of Astartes remained aboard them. Their captains requested extraction support. Dorn examined the anchor lines converging around the trapped ships. "Overload warp drives." Silence followed. The captain of the Fist of Rin answered first. "Detonation will sever 3 citadel chains." "Yes." "No vessel within the ring will survive." "No." The captain understood. "For the Emperor and the Primarch." The 3 ships overloaded together. Their Geller fields collapsed. Warp drives ruptured. The outer ring vanished into immaterial fire. Human bodies stretched into lines of light. Space Marines fused with bulkheads, weapons, and one another before dissolving into the screaming dark. The Citadel's anchor chains snapped across impossible distances. The fortress shuddered. Far beyond it, Guilliman's fleet struck the southern approach. Ordered volleys shattered siege barges and forced the Iron Warriors to divert reserves. Within shadowed forest paths, the Lion reached the remote anchors. Dark angels emerged from mist inside command vaults, killed their defenders, and vanished before retaliation arrived. One by one, the distant structures failed. Perturabo could no longer close the cage completely. Only the central forge remained. Dorn reached the final gate with fewer than 1/3 of his assault force. The surviving Imperial fists stood among Black Templars, excoriators, executioners, and warriors whose chapter markings had been burned away. Armor was broken, ammunition was scarce. The dead lay in mounds behind them. Centurion drills bit into the gate. Melter charges detonated. Dorn placed the unyielding hand against the burning seam and pulled. The gate opened. Beyond it waited Perturabo. The demon Primarch towered within a body of molten iron, armor plates, cables, and rotating gun batteries. Ammunition feeds moved beneath his flesh like serpents. Furnace light burned inside his eyes. Forgebreaker rested in his hands. The floor around him had been paved with captured Imperial fists. Some remained alive beneath transparent iron, mouths moving while their crushed bodies supported the weight of the chamber. Perturabo looked upon Dorn. Weapon systems turned. The cage had closed as far as it could. The wall stepped inside. Perturabo regarded Rogal Dorn as an engineer might regard a flaw discovered in an ancient foundation. Not with surprise, not with affection, with vindication. The central forge of the infinite citadel groaned around them. Rivers of molten iron passed through trenches cut into the floor. Black columns climbed into darkness, each bearing artillery mechanisms large enough to bombard continents. Chains descended from the unseen heights and vanished into the bodies of demon engines suspended above the chamber like butchered gods. Beneath Perturabo's feet, captured Imperial fists formed the paving stones. Some were dead. Others remained alive within translucent iron, their armor crushed around broken bodies. Their eyes moved behind cracked lenses. Fingers scraped against the material imprisoning them as the weight of the demon Primarch pressed through their shattered bones. Perturabo rested Forgebreaker across one shoulder. "You return to me as you have always returned," he said. "Too late, bloodied, surrounded by the remnants of suns you spent to satisfy your pride." Dorn entered the chamber. The survivors followed him through the broken gate. Huskarls raised storm shields. Imperial fists formed firing ranks behind them. Helbrecht and the remaining Black Templars occupied the left approach, their black armor scorched grey by the citadel's furnaces. Dorn did not look at the living warriors trapped beneath Perturabo. He looked at the chamber. Distances, supports, firing apertures, drainage trenches, the intersecting lines formed by the Blackstone charges planted through the fortress. Perturabo saw the calculation within his brother's eyes and smiled. "Still measuring walls while your Imperium decays behind them." Weapons rotated across the demon Primarch's body. Cannon muzzles emerged from beneath armor plates. Ammunition feeds tightened along his spine. Furnace light burned between his teeth. "You defended Terra. Mankind's cradle survived, and from that survival grew 10,000 years of ignorance, starvation, and worship. Every wall you built merely prolonged the disease. Every fortress preserved another generation of failure." Dorn's expression did not change. "You still require an audience for your grievances after 10,000 years." The smile vanished. Dorn raised Storm's teeth. "Demonhood enlarged your body. It did not strengthen your character." Perturabo fired. The duel began without challenge, salute, or ceremony. Integrated cannons discharged from the demon Primarch's shoulders. The chamber became muzzle flare and pressure. The first shells struck the Huskarl line before the sound reached them. Storm shields flared white. One exploded. Its bearer vanished from the waist upward, armor and organs thrown across the warriors behind him. A second shell struck Brother Castor through the shield's center. The detonation drove shattered adamantium through his breastplate and burst both hearts inside his chest. Forgebreaker descended. The hammer struck 3 interlocked shields. Their energy fields collapsed together. The first Huskarl's arms broke at the elbows. The second was lifted from the deck and struck a column hard enough to open his body from hip to shoulder. The third disappeared beneath the hammerhead. When Perturabo lifted the weapon, the warrior had become a flattened mass of yellow plate filled with blood, fragments of spine and grey paste. Dorn advanced through the barrage. He used the dead as cover. A fallen Huskarl's shield absorbed a burst intended for his chest. Dorn kicked the corpse ahead of him, allowing the armor to take 2 more impacts before it came apart. He moved behind a broken pillar as Perturabo's cannons tracked across the chamber. Stone and iron exploded around him. Fragments crossed the forge like shrapnel from orbital guns. Imperial fists died without reaching firing positions. One warrior lost his head to a spinning slab of metal. The body continued running until it struck a river of molten iron and fell into it. Dorn closed the distance. Storm's teeth struck Perturabo's flank. The chainblade screamed as its teeth bit into demon-forged plate. Sparks and black blood sprayed from the wound. Dorn dragged the weapon upward, cutting through cables thick as a mortal man's arm. Perturabo turned with impossible speed. Forgebreaker hit Dorn in the chest. The auric armor caved inward. Golden fragments drove through flesh and lodged among his ribs. Dorn left the deck, crossed 30 meters, and struck the base of a gun tower. The impact fractured the structure and split armor along his spine. He landed on one knee. Blood filled his mouth. Perturabo crossed the chamber in strides that shook the forge. "You were always praised for endurance," he said, as though being struck repeatedly without understanding why was a virtue. Dorn rose, his left lung filled with blood. Warning runes spread across his helm display. He discarded the information. Victory did not require him to equal Perturabo's strength. It required Perturabo to believe strength was the contest. The hammer came again. Dorn turned just enough to deny the center of his skull. Forgebreaker struck his shoulder. Armor collapsed. Bone broke. The blow drove fragments of rib through his lung and tore muscle from the spine. Dorn's body attempted to fall. He refused it permission. Storm's teeth drove into Perturabo's abdomen. The blade cut through an outer plate, then struck a second layer beneath it. The teeth shattered cabling and opened channels filled with burning fluid, but the demon core remained deeper inside. Perturabo caught the chain blade in one gauntlet. The mechanisms of his hand closed around the weapon housing. Several teeth broke. Their fragments spun into Dorn's face, opening his cheek and slicing one eye. Perturabo pulled him forward. Their foreheads struck with the force of colliding vehicles. Dorn's vision whitened. Forgebreaker drove beneath his ribs and hurled him through the nearest wall. Iron folded around him. He passed through a maintenance artery and struck a reservoir of molten metal. The containment skin ruptured. Liquid iron poured across his back. Armor seals burned away. Flesh cooked beneath the auric plates. The smell entered his helm, heavy and sweet. Pain crossed every nerve in his body, vast enough to render a mortal mind unconscious. Dorn climbed from the metal. Sections of armor remained fused to the exposed meat of his back. Blood boiled where it ran through the cracks. He found Storm's teeth half buried in the wall and tore it free with the unyielding hand. Perturabo entered through the breach. Behind him, the iron circle advanced upon the surviving Huskarls. The demon-corrupted automata moved without haste. Graviton mauls rose and fell. Each impact transformed armored warriors into ruin. A Huskarl struck one machine with a thunderhammer, breaking its knee joint. The automaton seized him by the head and tightened its fist. The helmet compressed. Blood erupted through the grill. The machine tore the corpse in half and cast the pieces into the Imperial line. Another Huskarl lost both legs beneath a gravitic pulse. The lower half of his body collapsed into itself, bones driven through organs and armor. He continued firing from the deck until an iron circle foot descended upon his torso. The remaining Huskarls charged. They knew they could not defeat the automata. That was not their purpose. Storm shields locked around the iron circle. Power fists struck joints. Chain fists bit into armor. Imperial fists climbed the machines, driving melter charges into damaged seams, even as metal hands tore them away. Their deaths occupied the Guardians. Across the chamber, surviving siege teams reached the concealed charge nodes. Blackstone had been planted beneath dead warriors, inside broken servitors, and within ammunition crates carried through the citadel. Each fragment occupied a predetermined point along the forge's geometry. Activation signals passed from gauntlet to gauntlet. One by one, the charges awakened. Perturabo felt the first null resonance. His head turned. The chamber appeared unchanged, yet the lines beneath it had altered. Every retreat Dorn had made during the duel had drawn them through a calculated path. Every pillar destroyed by cannon fire had opened another angle. Every step Perturabo had taken in pursuit had brought him closer to the crossing point. He looked down. Blackstone veins burned beneath the iron floor. "The chamber," he said. Dorn dragged himself upright. The target was never the citadel. Perturabo's weapons rotated toward the nearest charge. Imperial fists threw themselves into the line of fire. Cannon rounds burst warriors apart, yet their bodies delayed the shots long enough for the Blackstone network to complete its circuit. Perturabo looked beyond the forge, through the citadel, through the anchors binding it to reality. Guilliman's fleet had shifted along the southern approach. Imperial battleships aligned their lance arrays toward the corridor Dorn had carved through the fortress. Auspex stations fed corrected coordinates along 3 independent systems, each verified by mortal observers. The Lion reached the final escape anchor through the forest paths. Dark angels emerged within a chamber wrapped in warp shadow. Fealty cut through the anchor's guardian. Melter charges opened its Blackstone heart. The structure collapsed as the Lion withdrew into mist. Perturabo saw the trap closing. Not a cage built around Dorn, a lattice built around him. He turned from the crossing point. Dorn attacked. Storm's teeth struck the rear of Perturabo's knee. The chain blade cut through cables and opened a joint of iron, meat, and warp fire. The demon Primarch staggered. Forgebreaker swept backward. Dorn ducked beneath the hammer, but Perturabo's other fist struck his face. The impact split his helm and threw him across the floor. "Still hiding behind others," Perturabo said. "Guilliman's fleets, the Lion's shadows, your son's corpses." Dorn spat blood and broken teeth. "Coordination is not concealment. You could never defeat me alone." "I did not come alone," Perturabo roared. The chamber shook. Forge towers cracked. Demonic fire poured from the wounds in his armor. His body expanded as he drew upon the citadel, cables tightening and gun systems feeding power into his frame. He raised Forgebreaker over Dorn's skull. The hammer descended. Dorn lifted the unyielding hand. Adamantium fingers closed around the haft. The impact drove him to both knees. Mechanisms screamed within the prosthetic. Gravitic locks activated and fused around the weapon. The augmetic's armor split. Internal pistons burst through the wrist housing. Molten lubricant sprayed from the elbow joint. Perturabo pushed downward. Dorn's arm buckled. The hammerhead stopped a hand's breadth above his face. "You cannot hold it," Perturabo said. "I do not need to." Dorn increased the gravitic lock to full capacity. The unyielding hand became welded to Forgebreaker. Perturabo pulled. The augmetic tore free. It took flesh with it. Dorn's left forearm separated below the elbow in a spray of blood, cables, and fragments of bone. The remains of the prosthetic stayed fixed around the hammer haft, crushing Perturabo's grip beneath its locking mechanism. For one heartbeat, the demon Primarch possessed neither control of his weapon nor freedom to release it. Dorn fell backward. His blood struck the crossing point. "Now!" The null field activated. Blackstone light filled the chamber. Perturabo's body convulsed. Warp fire went out along his armor. Demonic flesh contracted around iron bones. Gun systems fused inside their housings. Cables snapped from the citadel and thrashed across the forge, spraying molten fluid. The demon Primarch roared as immaterial power was stripped from him. The sound fractured pillars. His expanded body shrank. Armor plates cracked apart. Beneath them lay layers of demon meat, machinery and organs burning with furnace light. Dorn crawled toward Storm's teeth. Perturabo tried to free Forgebreaker. The unyielding hand remained locked around it. He tore at the haft, but the null field weakened the warp-forged mechanisms within his gauntlets. Dorn reached the chain blade. He stood on one leg before the other, accepted his weight. Blood poured from the stump of his left arm. His crushed lung no longer drew breath. Melted armor adhered to his back and ribs. He raised Storm's teeth in his remaining hand. Perturabo saw him coming. "You think this is victory?" "No." Dorn drove the chain blade into his brother's exposed core. The teeth engaged. They cut through iron, then demon flesh, then cables, armor ribs and organs filled with burning fluid. Perturabo's roar became a physical force. It threw surviving Imperial fists from their feet. Windows shattered across distant sections of the citadel. Demon engines screamed with him as the chains ward burrowed deeper. Black blood covered Dorn from head to foot. Perturabo struck him with one fist. Dorn's remaining ribs broke. He held the weapon inside the wound. The demon Primarch hit him again. Dorn's jaw fractured. Storm's teeth continued chewing. Perturabo fell to one knee. The deck split beneath his weight. Dorn stepped closer and drove the chain blade upward. Rotating teeth entered the chest cavity and tore through the machinery behind it. Armor plates erupted from Perturabo's back. Organs burst beneath internal pressure, spraying burning blood across the chamber. Dorn forced his brother lower. Perturabo seized him by the throat. "You cannot kill what I have become." Dorn's crushed jaw moved. "I can kill what stands before me." He tore Storm's teeth upward. The blade passed through Perturabo's chest, throat, and lower face. Iron teeth shattered the jaw, entered the skull, and opened the demon Primarch's head from beneath. Perturabo remained alive. His exposed brain burned like a furnace beneath broken armor. Weapons fired blindly from his shoulders. One cannon burst an Imperial fist apart. Another shot struck the ceiling and brought tons of iron down around them. Dorn transmitted the final command. Aboard the phalanx, gun crews received the firing solution. The fortress aligned itself with the corridor opened through the infinite citadel. Ancient lance arrays rotated. Power drawn from failing reactors entered focusing chambers larger than cities. Gilliman's fleet confirmed the line. The Lion's destruction of the final anchor prevented the citadel from shifting away. The phalanx fired. White light entered the fortress. It passed through towers, gun chambers, and demon-forged walls. Iron became vapor. Entire armies vanished before the beam reached the central forge. Dorn saw it coming. Perturabo saw it as well. The demon Primarch tried to rise. Dorn drove Storm's teeth deeper and held him within the lattice. The lance struck them. There was no heat, only annihilation. Perturabo's manifested body came apart from within. Armor dissolved. Demon flesh peeled away in burning layers. The roar leaving him became a storm of voices dragged backward through the warp. For an instant, Dorn saw the brother beneath the machinery. Not the demon, not the Lord of Iron, the wounded Primarch who had wanted recognition and transformed every denial into hatred. Then the face was gone. Perturabo's body ruptured into iron fragments, black flame and boiling blood. The warp seized what remained. Chains of darkness wrapped around the collapsing form and dragged it through a wound opening beneath the forge. His voice followed him, not defeated, not reconciled, promising that every wall would eventually fall. The wound closed. The infinite citadel began to die. Its geometry failed. Towers folded through one another. Corridors collapsed into points of impossible density. Anchor chains snapped across the warp, lashing through fleets and fortress districts. Rivers of molten iron rose from their channels and flooded the central forge. The surviving Imperial fists searched through the wreckage. They found Huskarls crushed beneath iron circle bodies. They found Black Templars fused into walls. They found brothers whose armor contained nothing but cooked blood. They found Dorn beneath tons of molten debris. The auric armor had fused to his flesh. His left arm ended below the elbow. His remaining hand still gripped the broken hilt of Storm's teeth. One eye opened as they lifted the wreckage from him. Lysander knelt beside his father. "Do not kneel," Dorn rasped. Lysander rose. The fortress collapsed around them, as the survivors carried the Primarch toward the extraction beacons. Teleport light flickered through smoke. Beyond the breaking walls, Imperial ships fled the dying citadel. Dorn's breathing stopped twice during the retreat. Each time, it resumed. He looked toward Lysander. The passage. The Nachmund passage remains open, Lord. Dorn closed his eye. Then the losses were acceptable. Victory arrived without silence. The guns continued firing after the infinite citadel died. Scattered Iron Warriors vessels remained throughout the Callistin system, some crippled, some cut off, some still executing orders transmitted by commanders already consumed by the collapsing fortress. Imperial batteries answered them from broken moons and burning orbital stations. Torpedoes crossed fields of wreckage so dense that their guidance spirits mistook dead ships for living targets. The Nachmund gauntlet remained open. Barely. The surviving passage through the Great Rift had narrowed to a corridor of tortured real space, bracketed by warp storms. Astropathic light flickered within it. Navigators attempting the crossing described walls of teeth, forests growing upside down through the Empyrean, and the outline of a colossal iron face watching from beyond the storms. Perturabo had been banished. He had not been destroyed. That truth appeared in every strategic assessment Guilliman received. The demon Primarch's manifested body had been annihilated within the null lattice, but hatred such as his did not die with flesh. The warp preserved grievance more faithfully than any archive. Another siege would come. The only uncertainty concerned where and how many worlds would be required to feed it. Callistin Prime was dead. Its continents remained fractured into burning plates, separated by oceans of magma. The atmosphere had become a veil of ash and incandescent vapor. Nothing living endured upon the surface except organisms born from radiation, warp residue, and the rendered flesh of billions. Geryon survived only as a military location. Its remaining hives were uninhabitable. Promethium fires still burned beneath the crust, breaking through the surface in kilometer-high pillars. Corpse reclamation engines worked continuously because the bodies had begun decomposing inside collapsed districts, releasing gases strong enough to poison entire trench networks. Hundreds of Imperial warships had been destroyed. Several Titan legios existed only as heraldic names attached to reactor fragments and severed weapon limbs recovered from the battlefield. Regiments whose histories extended across centuries had been reduced to a few men sharing one scorched standard. The confirmed Imperial dead exceeded 100 billion. The true number could not be calculated. Administratum scribes attempted to classify the campaign as a decisive strategic victory. Others argued that the destruction of the Calistine worlds constituted a catastrophic defeat, redeemed only by the continued existence of the Nachmund passage. The formal record changed designation 7 times. Rogal Dorn read the dispute once. "Record the passage as held," he said. "Record everything else as expenditure." He lay within the Phalanx's primary apothecarian while the order was transmitted. Sections of the auric armor had been removed with industrial saws. Others remained fused to his body and could not be separated without cutting away the flesh beneath. His back was a field of burned muscle, exposed nerves, and cooling metal. One lung had been replaced with an augmetic bellows, while the organic tissue regenerated around it. His left arm ended below the elbow. The stump had been sealed within a black adamantium socket. Artificers had already begun constructing a replacement, but Dorn refused ceremonial designs, relic inlays, and inscriptions offered by the Mechanicus. The new hand would grip weapons. Nothing more was required of it. Chapter Master Gregor Decian stood beside the treatment throne. He had survived Callistin Prime because the overload of the central Blackstone pylon had not destroyed its command sanctum immediately. The resulting force had torn the chamber from the crust and thrown it into the upper atmosphere inside a sheath of null energy. The Phalanx recovered the wreck hours later. Of the Imperial fists who had held the complex, fewer than 3 dozen remained alive. Decian's left eye had been replaced. One side of his face bore the deep, clean scars of Medici reconstruction. He had expected death after telling Dorn that the pylon could not be abandoned. Survival had given him no relief. "My lord," Decian said, "representatives of the Senatorum Imperialis have arrived." "Why?" "They have prepared a triumph." Dorn looked toward him. Decian continued. "A procession through the central nave, banners naming the dead, statues commemorating the destruction of the infinite citadel. The ecclesiarchy has requested the right to conduct a mass of thanksgiving. How many labor hours? The statues alone require more than 900,000. Material? Marble, gold leaf, adamantine support frames, and preserved bone. Cancel it. The High Lord's envoys will object. They may object while carrying ammunition." Decian almost smiled. Dorn saw it. "You find something amusing?" "No, father." "You do." Decian lowered his head. "Only that 10,000 years have failed to make the Imperium ready for you. Readiness is irrelevant." Dorn disconnected the augmetic bellows from the treatment frame and stood. Blood welled along the edge of a fused armor plate. Apothecaries moved toward him. He raised one hand and they stopped. "Allocate the Triumph's resources to void shield repair, macro shell production, and corpse processing. Record every confirmed name of the dead." "And the ceremonies?" "Mourning does not restore fortifications." Decian followed him from the apothecarian. The phalanx still carried wounds from the campaign. Whole decks remained open to space. Damage crews moved through the corridors in pressure armor, dragging power cables and sealing bulkheads blackened by fire. The shrines Dorn had ordered removed had not returned. In their place stood ammunition racks, Medici stations, and weapon lockers. Bodies lay beneath shrouds along one wall. There was no room left in the mortuaries. The first draft of the Bastion Edict was issued before the final Iron Warriors ship had been hunted down. Dorn dictated it without rhetorical preamble. Every strategically vital Imperial system would maintain hardened supply vaults beneath its surface. Ammunition, fuel, food, reactor components, and Medici reserves were to be dispersed rather than centralized. Command centers were to exist below ground, shielded against orbital bombardment and linked through redundant systems. No astropathic choir would operate without at least 2 replacement relays and physically separated reserve sanctums. Every world designated strategically essential would possess orbital denial weapons, minefields, void-capable monitors, and pre-calculated firing solutions covering all stable translation points. Demolition orders were to be prepared before invasion. Bridges, hives, spaceports, manufactoria, and even planetary reactors would receive authorized destruction protocols. Local commanders would not be required to wait for distant political approval, while an enemy used Imperial infrastructure against its defenders. Worlds unable to contribute meaningfully to their own defense would lose priority. Resources would be stripped from them. Population would be redirected where possible. Manufactoria would be dismantled and transported. Ships would be reassigned. Food and munitions would strengthen systems capable of holding the line. Guilliman read the edict aboard the phalanx. "You have converted governance into siege doctrine," he said. Dorn stood opposite him within the repaired strategium. One arm remained bound within a reinforcement brace. His voice had not changed. "The galaxy is under siege. Civilization cannot exist as a permanent fortress. It has existed as a permanent battlefield for 10,000 years. That does not make every citizen a soldier or every city a bunker. It makes their survival dependent upon soldiers and bunkers." Guilliman placed the edict upon the table. "Some of these worlds will collapse when resources are withdrawn." "Yes." "Billions may die without a shot being fired." "Yes." "You speak as though death by policy is cleaner than death by artillery." "No death is clean." Dorn enlarged the image of the Great Rift. "Your reforms seek to preserve the Imperium as a civilization. Mine will preserve the conditions under which civilization remains possible. Gilliman studied his brother. You will not command the administratum. I do not want it. You will not issue decrees affecting every world without civil oversight. Then provide oversight capable of acting before those worlds burn. They argued for hours. Neither convinced the other. The settlement emerged because mankind had no time to wait for agreement. Gilliman remained Lord Commander of the Imperium, responsible for governance, grand strategy, and the coordination of the Imperium's total military strength. Dorn became Praetorian of the Imperium. His authority extended over the defense of the Great Rift crossings, the outer approaches to Terra, and the construction of a network of fortress systems linking critical worlds across the surviving Imperium. The Bastion Edict would be implemented under joint seal. Gilliman's administrators would determine where its demands remained economically possible. Dorn's officers would determine where economic caution had become military stupidity. Neither brother trusted the other's officials to understand the distinction. That distrust became part of the structure. The last wall did not dissolve. The Imperial Fist's successors retained their names, colors, traditions, and internal command. No chapter was formally abolished. No permanent legion was declared. Instead, they entered a military concord. Shared mobilization codes were restored. Armory inventories became accessible across chapter lines. Fleet routes were prepared for emergency convergence. Gene seed repositories received common defense. Protocols. In any war threatening Terra, the Nachman Gauntlet, or another designated Bastion corridor, the Sons of Dorn would assemble beneath unified command. Decian remained chapter master of the Imperial Fists. Dorn refused every proposal that he assume direct command of the chapter. You led them before I returned, he told Decian. You will continue. I would surrender the title. That is not humility, it is abandonment. I cannot command while you stand beside me. You command the chapter. I command the war. Decian accepted the division. It preserved the order his sons understood, while placing the Greater Crusade beneath their Gene Father. The arrangement satisfied no constitutional purist and alarmed every official who remembered what legions had once done. It functioned. Dorn considered that sufficient. Lionel Johnson refused a formal office. He stood with his brothers beneath the repaired armor glass of the phalanx, looking out upon the dying Calistine system. I will not anchor myself to councils, the Lion said, nor will I submit my movements to scribes who cannot follow them. Gilliman folded his arms. No one asked you to submit them to scribes. You were considering it. I was considering coordination. You call every chain coordination if you hold the other end. Dorn looked toward the Great Rift. Will you defend the fortress network from Nihilus? The Lion considered him. I will kill those who threaten it. That is not the same promise. It is the one I offer. Dorn nodded. The Lion would move through Imperium Nihilus, striking threats before they reached the Bastion lines. He would answer no fixed hierarchy and reveal no complete route. Gilliman disliked the uncertainty. Dorn disliked the lack of measurable command. Both accepted it. They did not become a harmonious triumvirate. Gilliman built institutions. Dorn built walls. The Lion hunted through darkness. They disagreed over strategy, authority, faith, sacrifice, and the meaning of the Imperium they had inherited. Old wounds remained between them. New ones formed quickly. Yet 3 sons of the Emperor now stood where once there had been one. Across the galaxy, enemies altered their plans. The Ecclesiarchy declared Dorn's return a divine miracle. Priests proclaimed him the living wall of the God Emperor. Processions began upon shrine worlds. Bones were displayed. Pilgrims cut off their own hands in imitation of his wounds. The Ministorum prepared a declaration naming him a living saint. Dorn rejected it publicly. I am not divine, he said, before an assembly of cardinals and war priests. I am not a saint. I am a soldier. Several priests began arguing before he finished. Dorn ordered 3 new shrines removed from the phalanx because they blocked ammunition access and narrowed evacuation corridors. He did not outlaw the Imperial Creed. Guilliman noticed. "You could have challenged them more directly," he said. "Destroying mankind's faith during an existential war would create another enemy within our own walls. You have become diplomatic. No, I have identified the load-bearing structure." The journey to Terra took place beneath the guard of fleets large enough to conquer subsectors. Dorn stood upon the command deck as the throne world filled the forward oculus. Orbital plates, battle stations, shipyards and defense arrays surrounded it. The Imperial Palace spread across continents below, larger than many nations had been during humanity's forgotten past. He saw flaws immediately. Weapon arcs narrowed by devotional construction, civilian traffic lanes crossing military approaches, redundant systems permitted to decay because priests considered their originals sacred. He said nothing until reaching the Sanctum Imperialis. The custodes escorted him to the Eternity Gate. Beyond it waited the Golden Throne. Dorn entered alone. No witness heard what passed within. No record confirmed whether the Emperor spoke. Hours passed. Guilliman waited beyond the gate. So did the Lion, though he stood farther back, half concealed beneath the hall's shadows. Decian remained among the Imperial Fist's honor guard, staring at the sealed doors. When Dorn emerged, blood ran from his eyes. It traced the scars upon his face and dripped from his jaw. His remaining hand trembled once before, becoming still. Guilliman stepped toward him. "What did he say?" Dorn looked back at the gate. "Open every defensive plan for the Imperial Palace." The custodian captain beside him stiffened. "Those plans are sealed by the authority of the 10,000. They are outdated. You have not reviewed them. I built the foundations." Dorn turned toward the waiting officers. "Every wall, every gate, every void shield node, every subterranean approach, immediate revision." No one asked again what had occurred before the throne. The building began across the Imperium. On a fortress world renamed Bastion Callistin, Sergeant Darren Holt stood upon a wall overlooking the Great Rift. He had survived the command bunker's ascent inside the fragment torn from Callistin Prime. Recovery crews found him with 3 other living men and more than 70 corpses floating around them in frozen blood. His left leg had been amputated. The augmetic replacement clicked whenever he shifted his weight. Below the wall, billions labored. Survivors, prisoners, servitors, and conscripts dug defense lines across the horizon. Artillery towers rose from ferrocrete foundations. Ammunition trains moved beneath armored roads. Void shield pylons climbed into the ash-filled sky. Fleets departed overhead. Some sailed toward wars already centuries old. Others entered the Great Rift, carrying soldiers who would never see their home worlds again. Holt heard armored footsteps behind him. Rogal Dorn came to the battlement. His new augmetic hand was plain metal. No name had been engraved upon it. The auric armor remained scarred, repaired only where function demanded. Together they looked into the darkness. The Great Rift pressed against the stars like a wound refusing to close. Dorn watched it without awe, without fear, without hope. "The Imperium has mistaken continued existence for victory," he said. "We will correct that." Below them, the fortress grew. Dorn raised his hand. "Build."